promise you made, a promise not to be afraid, and let others decide what's best for you. You broke, yeah, now you won, yeah. You broke, yeah, now you won, yeah. So long, good friend, this is the end. I know it's harder than before. Unscathed by this, I only wish we saw behind the door. Now it seems that time sits still. Their remedies just made you ill, and all you have to show is everything. So pack the bags inside your mind and take what you can't leave behind, and know you did all that you could do. You broke, yeah, now you won, yeah. You broke, yeah, now you won, yeah. So long, good friend, this is the end. I know it's harder than before. Unscathed by this, I only wish we saw behind the door. All the water across the fire, let it be enough for you. You would have walked across the fire, let it be enough for you. Good friend, this is the end. I know it's harder than before. Unscathed by this, I only wish we saw behind the door. So long, good friend, this is the end. I know it's harder than before. Unscathed by this, I only wish we saw behind the door.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Live news show on a Monday now, and what a weekend. I mean, it was one of those crazy weekends where some unique stuff was happening. Samford and Jack State had big basketball wins, but UAB, Auburn, Alabama all lose over the weekend as we get closer to March Madness. But the biggest story in college basketball happened yesterday, Michigan and Wisconsin. Juwan Howard in a little scuffle afterwards with the Wisconsin coaching staff, then the players get into it. A lot to break down here. I'll say initially, though, there are people saying Juwan Howard will lose his job over this. I don't think it rises up anywhere close to that unless they want to get rid of him for another reason, the fact that they're on the bubble.
Look, I don't think he should lose his job. It was a terrible look. I know we'll get more into this. There are probably certain coaches that would have lost their job because if you're looking for a reason to get rid of somebody.
Well, if Tom Crean had done this, he'd have been out today.
He's done.
Yeah.
He's done.
He's going to be done anyway.
They're just waiting on Tom Crean for the end of the season so they save $4 million.
No, this is something that happens and you get to fire a guy with cause and save on a buyout. They're not going to do that to Juwan Howard.
I think and we can all get to our opinions on what should happen to Juwan Howard. I think more than likely he's done for the rest of the year. And guess what? It doesn't matter because this isn't a good Michigan team.
Yeah, they're about to be done for the rest of the year.
And this is a Michigan team. Oh, he might miss the NIT tournament.
Right.
That's all Juwan Howard's going to miss.
All right. Well, let's. You've seen the incident as it was on CBS yesterday, and we'll give you some local TV views in a moment. But first, let's hear from both coaches. First, here's Juwan Howard explaining what was going on at the end of the game, and I guess it comes down to the timeout with 15 seconds left. Wisconsin's blowing Michigan out. Juwan Howard, it was obvious he felt like they were showing Michigan up on the road there in Madison. They were still trying to keep this within 10, which helps them in the net and the Ken Palm and all that stuff. And with them still pressing, Wisconsin's still trying to get the ball across the timeline, so they're using their timeout. They're playing to the buzzer, and afterwards it was a failure to communicate on both ends, or maybe too much communication. Here's Juwan Howard.
Were you upset that the game got extended?
Oh, yes, I was. I didn't like the timeout being called, and I'll be totally honest with you. I thought it was, not necessary at that moment, especially being in a large lead. And then for have a timeout to be called with 3 seconds or 4 seconds to go, I thought that was, what I felt wasn't fair to our guys. And so that's what happened.
Just a follow-up, if you wanted the game to get done, why keep the press on against Wisconsin's backups at that point?
It wasn't a press. We was just 5 pressure defense, man-to-man. That's what 5 is for us.
What happens between being upset about a timeout being called and raising it to a point where it looked like you hit another coach in the face? What kind of happens in between to make that happen?
Well, basically, I addressed with the head coach that I will remember that because of that timeout. And for someone to touch me, and I think that was very uncalled for him to touch me as we were verbalizing and communicating with one another. So that's what ended up happening, and that's what escalated it.
Juwan Howard there, your thoughts?
Well, first of all, pressure is press. I mean, that's what they were doing. They were pressing at the end.
Juwan's playing semantics there.
Yeah, look, and guard decided to call a timeout. He had his backups in. I have no problem with that. If you want to press and you want to call timeout, say, look, coach your own team. Guard shouldn't have put his hands on him. I'll give you that. I think, the way that, and I've seen it a million times as you guys have, I think he's slowing him down because I think guard's really like, you're this upset about that? He's trying to, give him his piece. Again, he shouldn't have put his hands on it. But for Juwan Howard to get to the escalating point that he got to reach a point where you're actually throwing a blow, just unacceptable.
Well, you don't know what was said by the assistant coach from Wisconsin, and I guess
still doesn't matter.
I guess that it doesn't. You got to control yourself as a head coach, but it gets to be a lot of things there towards the end. He didn't punch the Wisconsin head coach, which
it was more of a bitch slap.
Yeah, but down to the assistant coach, he did. it was an open hand swing at the head there. Or you called it a very wrestling-like
Yeah, it was
move.
like, in wrestling where they do that and they'll stomp their foot when they do it.
Yeah, that's a big paw that Juwan Howard's
It is a
got, by
big
the way.
paw, and it is. Look, you're making contact in an aggressive manner, whether it's a punch or not.
And it was
it's
Joe
out of bounds.
Krabenhoft, who was the assistant.
Yeah, it's out of bounds for a coach to do.
What is sad about all this is that the two teams who then naturally start defending their coaches, some of those players will be suspended.
No doubt. There were actual punches.
Yeah,
thrown
I think
by
there were
players.
2 Michigan players and 1 Wisconsin player that will be suspended. I would think probably a game to 2 games each.
Because those were legit punches. That's not something we can just dismiss as a slap to the head.
Yeah, but
those were closed fist punches.
I do have to take into consideration that the adults sort of
There's
escalated
no
the
doubt.
situation, so I don't give them multiple game suspensions. I maybe go one game for the players that threw punches. I would suspend the Wisconsin head coach, and I would suspend the Wisconsin assistant coach 1 game, and I think I would go the remainder of the regular season. A combination for Juwan Howard, and the combination of the Big Ten suspension and Michigan suspension.
Oh, he's got to be longer than regular season.
5 games?
Yeah,
Longer than 5 games.
Has to be. You can't throw a blow like that just because you're upset, and you've got history. I mean, the thing is, Juwan Howard should not be fired for this, will not be fired for this. 2 strikes, though. One more situation like this, he's got anger issues.
You're going back to Rutgers.
Mark Turgeon.
Yeah.
Maryland.
Yeah,
Right?
Maryland.
last year's
Turgeon,
Big
yeah.
Ten tournament saying, I'm going to kill you and going after him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, look, it didn't seem like a big deal at the time.
Yeah,
Probably
but
words
you
shouldn't
add
say.
these 2 together.
But now, you put that with this, and you get one more situation, Juwan Howard's out. So, I mean, he's on a 3-strike more than likely.
The Big Ten said they would take appropriate and quick action, most likely happening during our show today. Ward Manuel, the AD at Michigan, said there's no excuse for the actions there. Here is the head coach, Greg Gard, afterwards. I got it right, Brown. Called him Bard the entire pre-show.
This Greg Bard guy.
Yeah, this Bard guy.
I kept correcting that away, and he's like, I'm totally going to do it on the air. Aren't I?
Greg Gard had this to say about everything going on.
Can you explain what happened in the line that ended up leading to that situation?
Yeah, as I was walking through it, I know he didn't come through right away. He came in later after some of the players and was going down the line with everybody, and they were all fine. And he came up to me and pulled his max down and said, "I'll remember that." And he started pointing it at me and tapped me in the chest. And I said, "Hold on. Let me explain to you why I took the timeout. Maybe he doesn't know the rule that you get the 10 seconds reset. I wasn't going to put my players in that type of situation to have to break a press in 4 seconds, coming stiff and cold off the bench. I wouldn't do that for a regular group. If I can take a timeout, that's it gives my players the best chance to have success." So that's where it started, that he said, I'll remember that. And I said, "Hey, let me tell you why I did what I did." And he didn't want any part of it.
Now, come on. Now, his tone of his explanation there, not exactly matching the video.
Wait, hold on one second.
Just
sir,
1 second, sir.
Well, first of all, he did
let
say,
me tell you why
he
I
said,
did what I did.
I'll remember that shit was the quote when he was walking by him. And Gard did grab him. Now, Gard's acting like he poked him first. Now, he did. Yeah. Gard put hands on Juwan Howard first. That is what started the problem. Juwan Howard's got to have a little bit more restraint, though.
He does. There's no doubt.
And you can't be intimidated by Gard. Gard looks like the guy that delivers your mail.
Yeah, you're right. And Gard, I think has to. The Big Ten has to do something to him as well.
He'll get 1 game.
He's got to get 1 game.
I mean, not as much as they give to Howard, because it doesn't rise to the level of what Howard did. But you can't just ignore Gard's role in this entire situation.
Yeah.
If he doesn't reach out and grab him, none of this happens.
Yeah.
If you go back behind under the stands and meet and say, "Juwan, let me explain myself," and if Howard doesn't want to hear it, then and throws a punch,
or you call him,
or you call him,
yeah.
or whatever the case is. There's plenty of times the heat of the moment may not be the best time, and that's how listen. That's hindsight being 20/20 by me.
Or right when you call the timeout, those assistants are always. There's a boatload of assistants that are always on the backside of those huddles talking to officials and seeing who's about to go in the game. You send your next guy, your lieutenant down there and say, "Hey, go tell their assistant why we just called this timeout."
Yeah, I don't understand Juwan Howard's stance on it. You know how I am about the unwritten rules of sports. Juwan Howard's team, he can call it a 5-man or whatever he wants to call it. You've got guys guarding guys in the backcourt. You're playing to the horn, right? Whether you're pressing or not, you haven't told your guys, "Hey, just back off, let them dribble out the clock. And let's surrender to say let them dribble out the clock."
He said it wasn't a 5-man press. It's a 5-man press, sure.
I know. And that's what I'm saying.
Again,
He's playing semantics.
Same thing.
But my point is there, Rockstar, no matter what you call it, you can call it what you want. your team is playing to the horn, right?
That's right.
The Michigan team was playing to the horn. And I'm fine with that. But don't expect Wisconsin not to. If you're going to play to the horn, just because they've got a big lead doesn't mean the other team shouldn't.
I mean, we see this all the time in football. A late touchdown upsets people occasionally. You know, we're playing. We got
Play
backups
defense.
in there. Well, I want my backups
That's
to
right.
score a touchdown.
Play defense.
Sorry about that. But
And what Guard is saying there is I treated my backups the same way I treat my starters. In that situation, I call a timeout.
Well, here's more. If you're really reading into this, this was a huge game for Michigan. Michigan was somewhat on the bubble before this game. Now they've got 8 double-digit losses. This is a game you were tied in the second half. I was a little frustrated because I had Michigan plus 2.5, by the way, yesterday.
Yeah.
But you've lost 8 times by double digits this year. This one really got away from them, and I think Juwan Howard's just frustrated at how this entire season's
I'm
gone.
sure he is.
And that was the exclamation on more than likely without some kind of incredible run to the Big Ten tournament, they ain't getting in.
Yeah, I would say I want to change my stance. Wisconsin's head coach gets 1. The assistant coach gets 2 because he escalated it a little bit too.
Well,
so I'd go 2 games with the assistant.
Assuming you have everybody agreeing that this is what the guy said.
Yeah, I'm going to go 1-2-5.
I mean, if the assistant coach just said, Juwan, get back to the locker room, and then he pops him on the head, the assistant coach should get nothing. If the assistant coach says, you know, at least we had a timeout to call unlike the Fab Five. And he pops him in the head.
I've got a feeling the way this will go today is Juwan Howard will have a different perspective, and he'll come out and say, look, I was really heated. I apologize. I apologize to my team, my university, my family. What I don't want, I just hope there's not any kind of fabricated, racist, things thrown out there to really accelerate this.
To my knowledge, nobody has said what the assistant coach did to warrant getting slapped in the head, and that is a big part of this story.
And this is local. I mean, you guys, and not you guys here, but national media people specifically, oftentimes make fun of local news photographers, right? For always rushing here or waiting outside buildings to do this or that. But all of you love the content. All of you love the content.
I mean, CBS was playing the bumper music out when they were showing it.
Everybody loves the content.
Where would Forrester have been in this shot?
Forrester would have been. This is what our boy Scott Forrester would have gotten if he worked in Madison, Wisconsin.
This is Wisconsin Forrester you're watching right here.
This is wait. WKOW. Got to give them the love and the credit here. WKOW in Madison, Wisconsin. This is their video, and we're going to go Nats up. Some bleeping involved here where you hear the coaches. Now, there's 2 things. First, we want you to watch for the way the head coach is acting, both sides, all the way to the end. And then we're going to point out something else on the humorous side afterwards. See if you catch it in the first run through. Guard does not want to get in there. Guard.
We're singing varsity. We're singing varsity.
That's Davison.
It's a Badger through and through.
We're singing varsity. It's not done either.
Now watch guard here, looking at Juwan. Watch this. I'm right here.
Yeah.
I'm right here.
I'm here. As Juwan goes to the locker room, by the way.
Tell him to get off the floor.
This is such a typical basketball fight.
What's that? We're singing varsity. Come on.
My God, 34 singing varsity,
He
y'all.
wants to sing varsity, man.
It really does.
We're singing varsity.
But again,
back to the
a guard, waiting till he gets off the court. Juwan waits till everybody gets between him before he throws something. This is typical basketball
We're singing
fight.
varsity. We got to go see varsity, guys. We're going to see varsity.
It's amazing
At some
that
point, somebody wanted to say, Davidson, shut up, man. We're just full.
one moment can change the entire weekend. Like, would you guys have thought going into Sunday, this is the thing we'd be talking
Didn't
about?
even know Michigan and Wisconsin were playing, Lance, to be honest with you. And I watched none of the game. I didn't see this until it hit social media.
No. I was Church, Champies, Legion.
The 3C.
And when I'm there, when I'm at the game, I see you guys talking about was it a punch or not a punch, and the hand slap.
Yeah.
And I'm Bluetoothing it, so I only hear it. I don't see any of the images you guys are sending. So I'm like, what are they talking about? So as soon as I get my parking spot, I pull it up, and that's when I knew what was going on. It was the varsity. The song is what we were laughing at with Davidson. We're going to sing varsity.
We're going to sing. Guys, we got to go sing.
We got to sing varsity. And we're going to do it on this end of the court down here.
Davidson, read the room a little bit, man.
Yeah.
Read the room. The guy, all he's worried about is singing varsity. We're going to sing varsity.
Yeah. I have told this story many times to Brown. The maddest I ever saw a handshake in the middle of the field was Gene Stallings, Alabama, playing in Raleigh against NC State. Brown, I never remember the other coach's name.
Is it Mike O'Kane? Was it Mike O'Kane, Lance? Do you remember?
It was O'Kane. I don't know if it was Mike. Yeah, it was Mike O'Kane for NC State.
Let me. I'll get the name here. I
So
think it was Mike
Alabama is delayed getting to Raleigh on Friday for some plain mechanical reason. So they missed their time. They were slotted to work out on the field, a walkthrough, a meaningless walkthrough.
Yeah, Mike O'Kane, by the way.
A meaningless walkthrough in Raleigh. But Alabama had never played there. They wanted to see the stadium. That was back in the old days. I don't think they ever do that anymore. But on Fridays, you go to the stadium, you do walkthroughs, and you actually practice on the other person's field. And they had missed the window for mechanical reasons. And Alabama's buses come rolling in. I'm the local news photographer who's there
You're
waiting.
the WKOW.
Waiting. Alabama's personnel is getting off the bus. And then all of a sudden, one of their ops people come back out and said, hey, they won't let us on the field. Practice is closed. The field's closed. They won't let us on. We missed our time. They all get back on the bus. They leave. Alabama doesn't do a walkthrough. After the game, which I think Alabama lost.
No, Alabama won, but it was way closer than it
I
should.
thought Alabama lost.
No. They won the game, but it was standard Stallings. It was like
Because he played in that game with Torrey Holt.
Oh, wow. What a future Ram. It was standard Stallings. It was like Alabama should be winning this game by 40, but it's going to come down to a final possession because Alabama has been so conservative on offense.
And midfield, so I'm the camera guy, and I am right there, midfield. Stallings grabs his hand, country strong, and will not let him. It was a handshake, and the guy was about to pull away. Stallings will not let him walk away. He's holding his hand and has him pulled to him. And he says, I hate we're turning it over to guys like you. I hate we're turning it over to guys like you. What do you mean, Coach? I hate we're just turning it over to guys like you. Won't let us on the field. I hate we're turning. And he will not. He has that hand gripped so tight. Just that country, I work on a farm grip, and he will not let the guy go. And
I hate we're turning it over to guys like you.
It was the maddest I'd ever seen. Gene Stallings could chew on an official, and he was as mad at that guy as I'd ever seen him.
Technically, he didn't turn it over to Mike O'Kane because he didn't coach much longer at NC State. I don't even know what
Chuck
happened.
Amato was right after that.
Yeah, I don't even know what happened to Mike O'Kane.
Mike O'Kane may be working in a farm right
Actually,
now.
I'm looking at it right now.
Yeah, and I bet Gene Stallings was a man back in the day could have handled himself.
Oh, there's no doubt. I had Stallings winning the fight that day, and Stallings had to be in his 60s.
And I bet it was old man breath, too. Old man post-game chewing on officials.
Like doesn't even smoke, but smells like smoker's breath.
Yeah.
I don't know if he even chewed or dipped or anything.
Didn't Stallings used to drink green pepper juice, though? Like
what?
Yeah. I swear, if you
Like
look this up.
pickle juice?
No, not pickle juice, like pepper, like hot peppers. Did your grandma, or did she ever like mason jar those hot peppers?
Oh, absolutely.
And James Sr. still does, doesn't he?
Absolutely.
And you like pour it on turnip greens? I'd use it a lot on turnip greens. That's what I'm talking about.
Occasionally you can get it in restaurants to
the
add
little
to it.
shake thing. But it was in a mason jar, and you would just basically, you'd move the lid just a little bit and pour it out on your turnip greens.
Yep.
Stallings used to drink that. I swear to you, he used to drink that. I promise
Is there a reason why?
I'm sure it had some sort of health benefit, he thought.
That was his scope.
Bad idea.
Gargle it.
So if I drink one of those, would that wipe 6 steaks off?
Yeah, because you need some help right now.
I lose
How
two.
many did we wipe for the air, land, and sea that never happened? That
We wiped 2.
Okay.
We wiped 2. And I just gave them back to you on
You
Saturday.
want them right back, which is why I don't understand why you get so wound up about those things. He's going to give them right back to you.
I know. Well, I mean, I always talk myself into it. We've given $1 million back. But how, and I know we'll get to this, how Alabama loses that game up double digits
that's coming up,
with no Wheeler in Washington is inexcusable.
Well, we skipped right through one of our spots, so let's knock two of them out right here. One's brought to you by our friends at Bromberg's, the great folks at Bromberg's, around for that great anniversary gift or birthday gift, or hey, maybe it's time to pop the question.
Yeah, look, and they are your diamond specialists. Make sure you get in and go see our friends at Bromberg's, family owned and operated since 1836. Bromberg's has established that solid reputation as a fine purveyor of quality diamonds as well as jewelry, timepieces, and gifts. You can also shop online today. Go to brombergs.com or stop in, see our friends at Bromberg's. Two great locations, Mountain Brook and the Summit.
All right, we'll get the phone calls when we come back. We'll do your best and worst of the weekend. The show also being brought to you by our friends at the University of Montevallo. If you're looking for a great place for your son or daughter to go to school, Montevallo's the answer for you right there. Beautiful campus, according to Southern Living. Great price point when it comes to tuition and what you get in an education, according to U.S. News and World Report. Montevallo.edu to see all the details. Great athletics, 14-to-1 student-professor ratio. It's all for you. Schedule that in-person tour right now. Montevallo.edu. Montevallo.edu.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
This hour of the next round is presented by Culver's, located in Stadium Trace, just off 459 and 150 in Hoover. And coming soon to Tattersall Park on the corner of 119 and 280. Culver's, welcome to delicious.
Hey, Next Round listeners, I'm ESPN's Lauren Sisler. You know, after a very busy football season, I'm ready to get some projects done around the house. And the first thing on my list is getting a new roof. I personally know the guys over at Cardinal Roofing, and I know I can count on them to be honest and to get the job done. Maybe you don't need a full roof replacement, but maybe just a tune-up to give you peace of mind going into the summer months. Call Cardinal Roofing for a no-cost, no-commitment, and honest inspection of your roof. For any of your residential or commercial roofing needs, make sure you choose this longtime Birmingham company, Cardinal Roofing. Find us at cardinal-roof.com.
The next round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
If you're looking for a great place for food and fun for the entire family and friends, Beef O'Brady's has been doing that for more than a decade here in Birmingham. Ryan Brown here for the next round. 3 great locations, Hoover, Helena, and now Highway 280 in the Brook Highlands neighborhood. In fact, I was in there recently and had wings that George McClooney does himself that aren't even on the menu. Blackened, tossed in sweet jalapeno sauce and finished on the grill, spectacular. And now you can enjoy the food and fun at 3 great Beef O'Brady's locations in Hoover, Helena, and now on Highway 280. Beef O'Brady's, the perfect place for serving up food and fun. When it comes to choosing a dentist, 2 things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from the next round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
There's no better way to kick off the new year than by getting your finances in order. And our friends at Mortgage Right can help you beef up your bank account with ease. With a cash out refinance, you can pay off your debt or make that important purchase by taking advantage of your home equity. Don't miss out on the chance to make your home work for you. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to make the most of this opportunity today. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
This hour of the next round is brought to you by Cardinal Roofing, your home for financing one-day jobs and over 500 5-star reviews. Call them today, 205-900-ROOF, and mention the next round to get a discount on your next roof replacement.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
When you have questions about your urological health, count on the healthcare experts at Urology Centers of Alabama. With 16 locations and a team of specialists across Alabama, you can find help you need from a trusted UCA physician. Get started at urologycentersalabama.com.
Join Johnston RV Center for their biggest sale of the year. The Decatur RV Show is happening this Friday through Sunday at their Decatur location, just off I-65, exit 334. Come see the largest RV selections of the year at the lowest prices of the year. Free parking, free admission, register to win special prizes. It's all at the Decatur RV Show. It's your time to buy now and save. And, as always, a lifetime warranty on all new RVs. Come see us this Friday through Sunday at the Decatur RV Show, right off I-65, exit 334. For more information, check us out at johnstonrvcenter.com.
Over the Farmfolio chat room, a lot of you guys are jumping in, talking about the conversation that we were having about Juwan Howard and head coach Greg Gard of Wisconsin. In a AU fan, yeah, Michigan isn't good, so they shouldn't have to worry about the tournament. Paul says pressing was Bush League to begin with. Ken says you can't touch me. When you do, it's my choice and how I respond to being touched.
And that's fine, but don't think that removes any consequences from what your choice is. I mean, I've seen a lot of that. Like, well, Gard touched the guy, he should, and that's fine. Yeah, you can respond all you want, but that doesn't eliminate the consequences that come from that response.
Bama Crimson 7-7, leave Juwan alone. That was no slap. That was a slightly aggressive face rub. We did this dumb thing back in the early 90s. Me and my group of friends, we called it a face rake, and you'd walk by somebody and you just
that is dumb.
Run it down their face.
You did seem like you had the crew that would hit each other in the nuts.
Yeah, we did cup checks all the time.
You heard from Mitch?
In the showers.
Mitch who?
Yeah. So, but it was the old face rake was that right there. It was just down your face.
But I can't really remember. Can you guys remember, other than Juwan Howard with Mark Turgeon? Like it's famous, John Chaney going after Calipari, but there was never nobody touched anybody in that one. That was just a bunch of yelling.
But the only physical contact was Woody Hayes, right?
Yeah, but I was hitting a player, absolutely. But let me tell you, how do you not call a technical on Calipari on Saturday in that game when he touches forehead to the head of the official, and when he was nose to nose with him, doing that long delay on whether or not it was a punch to the face on the Alabama player, and that was way extended.
It had to be what Brown said last week. Calipari had to be saying, "You're going to tee me up," and the guy out of spite was saying no. That was the only way done away, because they're 99 out of 100 times you get teed up.
If you think that the refs like, if you think I'm going to help you get this Rupp crowd in this and get them on me, you're crazy. I'm not going to give you a technical, John. You do this all you want.
But I mean, he is eye to eye, nose to nose, and looked like their foreheads touched. Pat Adams there. And, Calipari showing off his height. I mean, I don't know how tall Cal is, but Pat's a short guy, having to bend over with Pat. We'll get to the phones here after LT tells us about Mortgage Right.
Hey, if you're new to the housing market, you might be wondering when the best time is to buy a home. Well, wonder no longer, because our friends at Mortgage Right, every day is the right day to purchase a new home. With locations nationwide, Mortgage Right, the perfect matchmaker to connect you with the home of your dreams. Mortgage Right's team of skilled professionals, they've got the knowledge to move you in with confidence. Make your day better. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR, NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
I tried to find something about Coach Stallings drinking the pepper juice, and I got in a wormhole in the break, and there was this recipe book that was done for a bunch of Alabama coaches, like they shared their favorite recipe. And Coach Stallings, as you might imagine, is Texas chicken enchiladas. And it's got like 15 ingredients and this
green chilies.
Chopped onion, garlic. I don't see. Yeah, green chilies. Quarter cup chopped green chilies. So I mean, it's this long, drawn out process of cooking this. Coach Bryant, Paul Bear Bryant, shared his recipe for his favorite steaks. Would you like to know the recipe? Steaks, salt and pepper to taste, Worcestershire sauce, cook on the grill.
Right.
Yeah, that'll work. Coach, you're going to get out in the middle of the night and swig some Gatorade or Powerade, though.
Coach put a lot of effort in.
You know what happened there? Coach Bryant gave them 30 seconds. Yeah.
I'll tell you what, just do my steak recipe.
Yeah, just give them salt and pepper and Worcestershire sauce. And get my buddy Lance to say it. Here's Mac up in Huntsville. Mac, welcome to the show. You're on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing good. Hey, guys, thanks. I'm listening to you, and I just had to share real quick. In the early 80s, I want to think about 1984, Gene Stallings came to the campus and spoke at the University Church of Christ one day, and afterwards, he stood in the back and everybody shook his hand. And I was a student at the time, and I shook his hand, and I obviously, after it was over, he made an impression. His hand was, he had a Super Bowl ring on it. But I jokingly told one of my Auburn friends, I said, he has hands of granite. I said, his hands feel like that Fantastic Four red guy. That that's how big his hands and how hard
is that his name? Yeah,
his name's The Thing.
The Thing. Yeah.
And so my Auburn buddy has never let me forget that. But it's so funny that y'all just mentioned that his handshake with the NC State coach. I'm going, I feel sorry for that NC State coach if he didn't want to let his hand go.
Yeah, and that was a pissed off handshake. That wasn't a I just spoke at your church, thanks for being here handshake either. Yeah. Thank you, Mac.
Yeah, I did. Yeah. Coach Stallings, one of a kind. He's the reason why we're Methodist. Gene Stallings.
I thought he was Church of Christ.
Yeah, but we were at a golf tournament. It was his charity golf tournament.
Turned him on a Methodist.
That's right. I don't come to the Church of Christ, Jim.
I think it was at Bent Brook. It was some tournament, and Coach Stallings, I think, was just sitting on a par 3, and I was sitting and talked to him, waiting to play. Par 3s get backed up in those things, and Larry White, who is the SID, had told Coach that I was engaged. And so he was asking me, and he asked me about church. And I said, well, I'm not a member anywhere. I occasionally go to a Baptist church. Maggie occasionally goes to what's not Catholic, it's the Episcopalian. And he goes, sounds like you're going to be Methodist.
The standard Dunaway. Okay.
He goes, sounds like you're going to be.
Now, what did you knock about the church the first time you got there?
Coach Stallings was not a very big conversationalist. He just says, sounds like you're going to be Methodist. The combination of both. Put them together, and that's your salt and pepper recipe there.
Rockstar, what did he say?
Call can.
Hey, this is so bad. Is Coach Stallings living or dead?
He's alive.
He's alive.
Okay.
Yeah,
he's alive.
He's hung in there for a while, Coach has.
Yeah, he's
still out farming in Texas.
Out farming in Texas. I bet he's up today doing something, I hope. Anyway.
He might be on his first nap.
Something.
I bet he's on his first nap.
Yeah, he's an early riser.
Oh, yeah. He probably gets up at 4.
Yeah. All right. The best and worst of the weekend brought to you by our friends at Hemp Hill Services.
If something's not running right, flushing right, draining right, disaster can strike at any moment. That's why you need to call our friends at Hemp Hill. Have them on speed dial 205-229-2090. Adam, Chad, Andrew, the team at Hemp Hill, the ones that I call first to fix it right, always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trusted name. Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090.
Kevin says Baptist gym would be an interesting gym. I'm too transparent, I think, to be Baptist, aren't I, Brown? Isn't that the old joke?
Too transparent to be Baptist.
All right, let's do best and worst. Well, my worst, it may be Brown's worst. I don't.
How do you know?
I don't understand what happened with Oakwood. Is it Oakwood Academy? Oakmont.
Okay,
Oakmont
so
Academy?
Oakwood Academy,
Yeah.
Seventh-day Adventist school.
Right.
And for those that don't know, they observe their Sabbath from sunset Friday to sunset Saturday.
That's exactly right.
So, by the old Sabbath rules, they don't believe in doing anything that is considered work at that time.
So they don't play games.
That's right.
So their boys' team, had earned their way to the Elite Eight, is what it comes. They can't call it the Elite Eight because the NCAA would make you pay for that. But it's the Final 8 in high school basketball. And they're supposed to play Saturday at 4:30 according to the schedule, with another game scheduled at 7:30. And the Alabama High School Athletic Association turned them down twice to move the game so their team could play. Twice.
When did they want to move the game to?
7:30. They just want to swap the games.
Flip the 7:30 and 4:30 games.
Completely ridiculous.
There's a girls' game in between, right? So
Yeah.
basically they're just moving the 2 men's games, guys' games, boys' games.
So what was the reasoning for not being flexible?
The game was scheduled, and we're going to play it as scheduled.
That's pathetic.
Yeah.
And from what I can gather, and I don't know this 100%, but from what I can gather, the two 7:30 teams were made aware of the situation. One of them, and if not both of them, are Christian schools. One is Decatur Heritage. The other one is Cornerstone.
Yep.
I think both of them are Christian schools, and both of them are like, we're fine moving.
Yeah.
In fact, we think, well, I'm not going to editorialize, but from what I can gather, both teams in the 7:30 game are like, we're cool with it. Let's move.
Well, how about everybody that was in the Elite Eight just boycott this?
Well, I did say how
that's what he
awesome.
said. Wouldn't it be awesome if they?
No,
if the horn sounded and the two 7:30 teams were like, we're not taking the court.
I'll tell you, all it
what
takes
are you
is
gonna do now?
one of the 7 coaches to make calls to the other coaches. Because if I'm one of those coaches, I'm with you.
Yeah. The only thing that I don't know is if the team that advanced by forfeit, if they were not okay moving, if they were like, we'll take the easy dub and move on, which I find that hard to believe.
Yeah,
I think it also was a Christian school.
Yeah, that's
Wasn't
just
it
not
faith-
good sportsmanship.
Yeah. So I just don't understand how, and I kept getting a lot of DMs, and I won't out any coaches, but I got a lot of DMs from coaches who were saying, well, we had our game moved one time because 2 schools, a boys and a girls team, were playing in the same tournament, and they flipped our game around so those 2 schools could play back to back and not have to empty the stands for the student body. So they've adjusted.
That's sensible.
They've adjusted the games before to accommodate schools that both had a girls and a boys team, so they didn't have to empty the stands or make a group hang around longer before they bus back to school. So they've adjusted the schedules before all the time. And I just found it asinine that you were going to keep a group of kids, and I don't even know anything about the school, who they are or what, but when I read the headline, and I wish I'd seen it on Thursday or Friday so I could have tried to make more noise about it on Saturday. It was too late. But how can you keep a group of kids from playing when all we have to do is move a 4:30 game to 7:30?
Well, and these kids work all year. Not only the kids, their families, they put so much time and effort into this. They're about to possibly achieve, what is their pinnacle? I mean, most of these kids, I would say 99.9% will never play at another level. And for you to shut down their dreams just because you can't be a little flexible?
Yeah.
But the other side of it, which, as I tweeted about it, I got some of the other side, is, hey, look, Oakwood Christian chooses to play in the Alabama High School Athletic Association, which is made up of public and private schools, right? And there is nothing in there where the association says we're going to bend for your religious beliefs. They make that choice by playing there. And I agree. That
sounds like a dick statement.
Well, I agree, but it's an easy, reasonable solution to this issue. But the other side of the argument is they know going in there might be a game that is scheduled after Sunset Friday before Sunset Saturday.
Okay, but would this not be the equivalent of BYU knows that they're getting involved in the NCAA?
The NCAA agreed when BYU did this, Lance, to make exceptions for them. They do not put them in a Friday-Sunday bracket. I guess the AHSAA did not do that for Oakwood Academy.
Again, common sense, decency.
I agree completely.
I mean, I know, look, I didn't even know the whole story. But.
Yeah, I would tell you, though, that it is in the AHSAA handbook that no sporting events be played on Sunday. Why do you think it's in the AHSAA handbook that they set Sunday aside?
They know Alabama is the buckle of the Bible Belt.
Right.
And if we're playing games on Sunday, we're going to catch grief for that. Yeah. And it's I think a pretty good reasoning.
It's a pretty good rule. So they set that aside Sunday for their Sabbath. I think it would be, great enlightenment to show that, hey, we can. Yeah. I mean, we're not talking about.
So is this coming up, or is it?
No,
last
it
week?
happened. They're
done.
No, they're done. I've got a friend who has just texted me. He's watching
Sad.
us. He's watching us. He just texted me, and he's got family members that are involved with Faith Christian, who's the school on the other side of this, and he tells me. They supported moving the game themselves to 7:30, and
awesome.
even proposed to the state different ways to make the game happen. That the Faith Christian people, the guys that are going to win by forfeit, right? They're advancing to the Final Four here in Birmingham by forfeit. They went to the state and said, we've got an idea to help this, and the state refused anything.
How many people are involved? I mean, I'm asking you guys questions you probably have no idea the answer to, but how many people are involved on this state board that decided to drop the hammer and say, hey, we're not going to be flexible at all?
I don't know who gets to make that final decision. I don't know if it's the new state director, Alvin Briggs. I don't know if he's just basically.
I don't know if he has the power to do it by himself, or they have to vote, or what.
If they did a quick conference call or Zoom with all the state board members and they agreed.
There's a lot of people that like to avoid complications. I get that, but if it's a simple, we're going to flip the times 4:30 to 7:30,
especially if everybody's okay with it. And like you said, I heard that there were people that were saying, well, let's don't play it at that venue then. If it's a venue problem, let us play it, somewhere else.
Yeah,
we'll pay
it's
the
a 1A
expenses.
game. They can fit it in a different venue for sure.
We'll pay the expenses. We'll
Right.
play it on somebody's campus. Just let us play the game.
Yeah, I don't get it because and there might have been a ticket issue. I don't know how that works, but I did see where Greg Seitz, our friend who is the athletics director at Jacksonville State, said, the school will have to refund the tickets, but we'll make it work. I don't know that there was even a ticket issue.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know that you had to buy a ticket for that game and you got to leave before the next session starts or whatever. But I think Jacksonville State, who was hosting the games, was like, we'll make the ticket situation work. If there is a situation at all, we'll make that happen.
JD's up in Huntsville. He wants to chat about high school sports as well. JD, what's up, man?
Hey, guys. Good morning. Yeah, I cover high school sports, and our school was playing, I guess, Saturday, Westminster Christian. Lost a tough game to Jacksonville, but tough to play at Jacksonville, by the way. Coming from Huntsville, just want to put that in there. But anyway, yeah.
Pete Matthews would say it's a tough place to go, man.
Well, Huntsville never gets to host any of the regionals because we have the state wrestling tournament up here every year, and so they don't want to put two things, not as many hotels, I guess, or whatever. But anyway, one of the issues, too, is like, our game got switched around about 3 or 4 different times about what it was going to be on a Friday, then it was going to be on a Saturday. It was going to be it was going to be a 7:00 game, then it was going to be So they changed this thing at a whim, and to say that they couldn't have known about this they had to know this by Wednesday before the weekend. They could have made the change. I think at the very least, what should happen is they should put a clause in their guidelines or whatever. If this situation comes up, the school that petitions to have the game changed should be allowed to play at the other school if they agree to that, just to prevent it from being forfeited. You should never have a situation like this. It's embarrassing. I heard that they actually went down to support one of the other schools.
Yeah, I saw.
Heritage.
Yeah, somebody sent us photos of this. It was really cool that the school, Oakwood, went to the 7:30 game and they were cheering. And after the game, there were photos of the Decatur Heritage kids going up and shaking their hands, from the stands. They appreciated the fact that they were willing to move the game back to 4:30 to help them.
Yeah, that's really a neat thing there, and that gave me chills a little bit there. I'll be honest with you.
If this was a different situation, different people involved, you might have some legal issues there, but a Christian school would never, ever do anything like that. Just a lot of class on their part. It stinks for them.
Well, that's what I was going to bring up, JD, because you hear people like me complaining and others, but you don't hear the school that had to forfeit complaining. They haven't complained
I
one
wish
time.
we would have. I wish this would have been known like last Monday when we could get out in front of this, because I agree with what Cornbread's saying. Who's involved in making that call should be named. Put your name on it. If you're going to make a decision that big to affect all of these kids when it's such a simple solution.
Well, remember Jay Billis railed on the Alabama High School Athletic Association. I forget the athlete.
I can't say her name. The girl. Yeah.
But you remember the incident.
I do, absolutely.
Steve Savarese is no longer in charge of that. I think he was planning retirement anyway, but he was in charge at the time, and he was very outspoken on the AHSAA side. Listen, they do a lot of positive things, I'm sure, but when they mess up, it becomes sometimes national news, and they just seem like the simplest things to correct.
Well, but and my fear is, Lance, the reason they don't make a statement is the statement would be, look, if we make this exception for them, we have to do it for everybody.
Okay, we'll do it for everybody.
Well, no, but that's actually not true, though. You really don't have to do it for everybody. These can be case-by-case decisions. This is a religious affiliated school that is. It's a Seventh-day Adventist school. This has been a long-standing policy in the Seventh-day Adventist Church. It's not like something they created overnight. You can look at those facts and say, okay, yeah, this one meets our criteria.
And as far as we know, it's never happened before, right?
Not to my knowledge.
Not to my knowledge. I remember like Briarwood. this is back in the 1980s. Briarwood High School, we'd play them in baseball. If we were in the Shelby County tournament, we would not play. Briarwood wouldn't play on a Wednesday night. We would skip that night because of Wednesday night was a church night back then. It was a lot more observed as a church night back then.
Yeah, this is much smaller and doesn't require state approval. But I know, like, for instance, Mountain Brook here locally, they've got a very high high population Jewish student body. They'll move a football game to Thursday night for the Jewish holidays that start on Friday, right? Yeah. It's common that these types of things happen.
Yeah. So it's Whoever's in charge. Come on. Let's do better.
Yeah.
Let's do better. Best and worst of the weekend brought to you by our friends at Hemphill Services. Throw out Hemphill one more time. That number right there. Always great folks that can help you out with a variety of different things.
Yeah, again, our friends at Hemphill, they have been serving our friends all over Birmingham. Birmingham's trusted name since 1954. You can call them now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-222-2090 for all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs. Call our friends at Hemphill Services.
Yeah, see, I agree with Zach, man. You want the power, you want to be in charge, but you don't want to do the work. Yeah, it takes a little work maybe to go through the nuances of some of this. Move the game, earn your money. Back in a moment.
All the stories important to us are in one place. Catch the morning rounds each weekday at nextroundlive.com.
The new location of Walk-Ons is now open at Stadium Trace in Hoover near the Hoover Met. And just like the location off Highway 280, you get authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch every day. Walk-Ons Happy Hour is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons off Highway 281-19 and now at Stadium Trace near the Hoover Met. I'm Jim Dunaway from The Next Round. If you're like me, you love being outside in the summertime, and summer seems like a long way away, but it really isn't. That's why my friends at Wayne's is ready to get your lawn in shape so you enjoy a barefoot good summer lawn. Right now, you get the first month free with a 1-year EnviroLawn agreement with the offer code TNR. Use TNR and get the first month free. Serving Alabama for almost 50 years with locations all across SEC country. Call Wayne's today, 866-WAYNES-1, or visit callwaynes.com.
Excalibur Services, now a Train dealer, invites you to join their Total Home Comfort Club. Just like your car, your heating and cooling, electrical and plumbing systems need to be maintained for top performance, safety, and comfort. The Excalibur Home Comfort Club benefits include free consultations, priority scheduling, summer and winter cooling and heating tune-ups, a yearly plumbing and electrical inspection, plus 15% off any repair. Ask about our limited time buy one, get two sale. Call us today at 205-718-8688. Excalibur Services, Alabama license number 15214.
Since 1881, Seiko has built a legacy as a true watch manufacturer, covering all parts of the process, from design to production. Today, Seiko continues its legacy, offering dedication to perfection and the very best pieces in timekeeping. Bromberg's is thrilled to be an official Seiko jeweler and introduce another fine timekeeping brand to Birmingham. You'll find a wide selection of classics and limited edition timepieces at Bromberg's Mountain Brook, from elegant ladies' watches to rugged sports models. Seiko, now available at Bromberg's in Mountain Brook.
Why is Culver's such a treat for so many families? Here's a hint. This treat is thick and creamy, and everyone can get it any way they like. Our fresh, frozen custard. We craft it in small batches throughout the day to make our guests stay. Shakes, cones, sundaes, concrete mixers, flavor of the day. Oh, and the toppings.
Who says you can't please everyone? There's more than one way to dessert at Culver's. Welcome to Delicious.
Banking isn't just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. AmFirst was founded for members just like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means services that grow and change with the times to serve you better. Now, every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. You can even customize the app, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. That's amfirst.org. America's first federal credit union, federally insured by the NCUA.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Iron Bowl.
Jordan Hare Stadium behind us that saw a classic Iron Bowl 24-22. The Crimson Tide holds on and wins in overtime.
The SEC Championship.
It is the SEC Roadshow Saturday morning in Atlanta.
The College Football Playoff.
It's our Cotton Bowl special from Dallas, Texas. We are live now.
The National Championship.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown with you up here in Indianapolis. We're at the Playoff Fan Central.
The next round, you'll find us where the big games are played.
Precision Sports brings you an injury update. By the way, we're 186 days away from the start of college football, week 0 there, but the Combine is coming up. Good news if you're a Matt Corral fan. He says the ankle injury in the Sugar Bowl will be no factor for him when they get to the Combine. Don't know what all he will do at the Combine, but his ankle is healing fine. So things are going good for Matt Corral after that scary moment in the Sugar Bowl. That's a Precision Sports update.
Yeah, from pediatrics to geriatrics, injuries started to pile up on the field and in the yard. Affiliated with Brookwood Baptist Health, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics, 9 convenient locations, including the return of hand surgeon Dr. Joseph Sherrill. We are rebuilding champions on and off the field, so make the appointment today. Call 855-219-6200 or visit them online, PrecisionSportsOrtho.com.
You know, I'm interested. Did you guys see the Vernon Hargraves find? The player who came off the bench dressed in sliders and sweats and got fined in the Super Bowl?
Himself.
He got 15 yards, which is a bad enough fine on national TV.
$5,555. I mean, you get fined. You're not even in the game.
Why is it the all fives like that? Was there a reason behind that?
Probably a percentage of something.
Of salary.
Yeah. 5,555. And I don't think, he
probably
wasn't
half
active.
the loser's cut or something of the Super Bowl.
Yeah, so there he goes. He's fined $5,555 for that 15-yard penalty. Pretty good. And go ahead.
Well, I was going to say, I mean, one of the penalties is living with the embarrassment the rest of your life. That the one time your team was in the Super Bowl, your only contribution was a 15-yard penalty for your team because you acted like an idiot.
Okay, we're doing best and worst of the weekend. My best of the weekend was getting see a couple of interesting venues and games. I was down at Bartow Saturday, but then Sunday at Protective Stadium to see the Legion FC and the MLS Atlanta United, who played their starters, won the game 4-0. But I think Protective is going to be a really nice home for the Legion FC. It just felt bigger. It felt more professional than it did playing down on the UAB campus. It felt like it's going to be a good way to spend your summer all year long.
That was my first time to Protective.
Yeah,
and
mine too.
Yeah,
for an event.
Yeah, I thought it was really, really cool. I thought it was well done, and the weather was great. Yep. I agree with you, man. I think these guys have found something with Protective. And I think the Legion, it's going to be a successful summer, spring and summer.
Yeah, spring and summer coming up. All right, give me your best or worst of the weekend.
I didn't really have a worst. I'll go Dog. How about the movie Dog?
I wondered how long it would take to get this. People are asking.
People are asking in the Farmfolio chat room. Tell us about Dog.
No, look, I'll say this. Channing Tatum, Rockstar, you'll give me, he was an A-list actor as far as being cast.
Yeah, for Magic Mike and like 21 Jump Street.
Yeah, no, but he was really good in, what was the wrestling movie, Foxcatcher?
Yes.
Yeah.
I thought Channing Tatum was really, really good
outside of Foxcatcher, I was going to say this is his best acting job. And it's because he's playing off a dog. But there's so many ranges of emotion. You know, when you see one of these films, and I get where you were going with this, Brown, this movie cannot be good. It really is all about PTSD, not only on the soldier side, but also on the dog side. It's a really well-done story. So just to give you a little background, the dog's handler has died. I won't give too much. But Channing Tatum's, his role is, he was in his battalion, is to get the dog to the funeral. And so he's got to get him across country. And it's just, man, I mean, it really is sad, but it's got really good moments. But, you know, for our soldiers to go through what they've gone through, man, it's just, and for those dogs, the Belgian Malinois, they're so well trained, and they have such a important part of the missions that our soldiers go on. And those dogs, man, the anxiety they go through and the PTSD that they suffer from. But it was really a good story, man. I think everybody, especially if you like dogs, you'd really, really like this movie and enjoy it.
Are there any combat scenes or anything, or is it just telling the story of it? Yeah.
But there are some shots that are fired, and you get the kind of.
I had two other people other than you who saw it, and both of them have either family members or they have a military background. And they just talked about how well done it was, and both of them said they were in tears.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's really sad because I don't know if we do enough for our soldiers that come home from these missions.
Oh, we
man.
don't. I mean,
we don't. And I think more could probably be done, and we don't know what's unfortunately in the heads of some of these guys. I'll go to this one park and I see a guy and I can tell because he's wearing shirts all of the time, and I can tell he's in his own moment, and it just seems like he's struggling.
Yeah, we don't. And the question is, how can you do more? And I don't know. I'm not smart enough to figure out how we can do more.
But I think you guys would really enjoy the movie again, especially if you really respect dogs.
Was he in the bathtub with the dog though? That was the part that bothered me.
He was,
yeah,
but
it just seems really weird. I've never seen anybody do that.
I will just say this: the dog has got serious anxiety, and so there are a lot of different things that you've got to do to get the dog more comfortable.
Okay,
yeah. And we do know that he is from Alabama, Coleman, and family in Wetumpka and all that. We probably should have thrown that out there. Did you have a best or a worst of the weekend?
Yeah, not really.
Great contribution to the segment.
I really did. My best. I could do the cheesy best. Oh, that weather this weekend. I was outside all day Saturday. The weather was fantastic.
I think, Dunaway, you always have the best. It's like you live a life of like you're out of town all the time.
It's crazy how much Dunaway packs into a weekend.
And it's like you're like the and you're solo the majority of the time, right? It's like you're just going 100 miles an hour, just doing as much as you possibly can. Like literally, somebody told you, "Hey man, you've got 60 days and you're off this planet."
I know, really. I can't. If Dunaway ever gets like you got 48 hours to live, I cannot imagine.
Oh my God,
how much he will pack into that 48 hours. It's crazy how much you get done in a weekend. I feel
by myself. When it had lunch at Walk-Ons at 11, dropped some boxes off at recycling. Home in time to watch Alabama basketball.
Well, you offered me dinner on Friday night, so I didn't.
Basketball, watched Alabama basketball, started the Auburn game, went down to UAB, almost got hit by a car in the crosswalk, went in and watched UAB.
I got to hear, can you start the next hour with that story?
Sunday, church to watch my daughter sing at Collectivist at the church they planted down in Calera, lunch at Champy's, Legion FC.
You got to be exhausted
down there to watch that. It was a fun night.
You got to be exhausted by the time Monday rolls around.
Watched episode 1 of The Amazing Maisel, whatever that show is. Season 4, episode 1. Really good show.
Did you watch episode 1 of season 1?
Don't even know the name of it.
Well, that was the one thing you did with Maggie, though. I could probably see that.
Brett, I don't know about you.
Do that by yourself.
The older I get, the less I like to do it. It's like Dunaway wants to do more.
Well, I went to a wine store that I didn't even know existed in between the UAB game and whatever I did Saturday night. So I went and met some friends at the wine store.
What did you
Jumped
do
in on their
Saturday
date. Maggie and I hung out and did some stuff.
Oh, you got to see her this weekend. That's good.
Yeah.
Well, congrats on that, Jim. The rest of the weekend sounds fun, too.
All right. That's Best and Worst of the Weekend brought to you by Hemphill. We'll keep. I did lose 2 steaks on the weekend, too. You don't forget that.
You got to tell the car story, though. You got to tell you getting hit by a car.
We may do the car story. Peter Burns at 10:25. We roll on right here on the next round.
Where will Brown go next? The next round. Your home for the Bracket Challenge.
This hour of the next round is presented by Culver's, located in Stadium Trace, just off 459 and 150 in Hoover. And coming soon to Tattersall Park on the corner of 119 and 280. Culver's, welcome to Delicious.
Hey, it's Jim Dunaway from The Next Round. You know the best thing I ever did for myself? I visited Way to Wellness. I just feel better when I have my weight gain under control. They helped me lose 45 pounds back in 2020. That lowered my blood pressure and gave me my life back. Everything is designed for you, and there are no contracts and no sign-up fees. And you even get a free consultation. The website is aplanforme.com or call 205-994-2393. Way to Wellness, your journey to healthy living.
Have you had a pipe burst? A washing machine overflow? Maybe your toilet or bathtub has overflowed upstairs and now you have water coming through your ceiling. Big problem for you? No problem for a Dry Tech specialist. They're ready to help. It is important to act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. Long-term exposure to these toxins can cause many health issues down the road. So act fast. Your first step is calling Dry Tech Solutions, 205-637-0143. They have 24/7 emergency services, 205-637-0143 or mydrytech.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant Bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and Bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping on some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And in our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, LT takes off the gloves for in-depth conversations with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find these podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Stay up to date with the Next Round at nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like the Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from the Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. NextRoundLive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make NextRoundLive.com your homepage. That's NextRoundLive.com. Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and Bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
The new location of Walk-Ons is now open at Stadium Trace in Hoover, near the Hoover Met. And just like the location off Highway 280, you get authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch every day. Walk-Ons Happy Hour is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons off Highway 281-19 and now at Stadium Trace near the Hoover Met.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
All right, headline reaction to the basketball weekend and all that this hour, being brought to you in part by our friends at Wayne's. These headlines brought to you by Wayne's, where, Brownie, it is time to get that lawn right. I mean, you don't get that beautiful lawn in April and May and June and July and August.
That's why we work in the summer.
If we don't do the work right now, and Wayne's can get that lawn looking great like they do for all of us.
866-WAYNES-1, 866-WAYNES-1. Get on board with that 1-year Enviro Lawn agreement with Wayne's. Let them take care of your lawn like they do for us. Use the code TNR for the Next Round and get your first month free. First month free with the code TNR for the Next Round. That helps us, and it saves for you. 866-WAYNES-1. Let them create your happy place. 866-WAYNES and the number 1.
Florida upsets Auburn. Really an amazing upset here because Florida's been so inconsistent. I didn't think either team played very well in this contest. And Auburn still has the ball with 7 seconds left and a chance to win the game, and where they had not even played anywhere close to their B game. And it doesn't go well at the end. So tell me, what now?
This cut we're about to show. I'm sorry, go ahead. This is completely irrelevant to what you're talking about. But the cut we're about to show, I thought, who is this? Is it a reporter that is about to ask this question?
Yes, it's a reporter that's about to ask the question on a Zoom.
I know I'm frustrated.
Well, I mean,
Jim.
how am I able to get to the cut that nobody knows what we're talking about?
No, because I thought it was some little kid. This is a young-looking reporter. I thought it was some little kid that it was some sort of special
That is
something
not
you were
a
going to show
reporter.
us.
That's not a
I'm sorry,
reporter.
Jim. Go ahead.
It's not a reporter.
It was an awful final possession.
Put the picture up real quick to show people what Brown is talking about.
Yeah, doesn't that look like some little kid that was at a game somewhere and he got some sort of surprise from his favorite player? I thought that's what Dunaway was about to show us on this. I thought it was a feel-good story. And I started laughing at myself for thinking that, knowing what you're leading up to here is that it's
that individual does not pay taxes.
It's a reporter asking Bruce Pearl a question. I know, and I'm so sorry.
I guarantee you that kid's 20, 26,
Oh, he
27.
probably is, but I thought he was much younger than that. Much younger. And he's wearing a Braves hat. Like, I just did not think this was
No,
a reporter.
honestly, Jack Taylor or him, who looks older?
Jack does. Jack does look older.
And it's a compliment to this kid.
It
If he's
is.
26 and he
I
looks
don't
like
know
that,
who
good
it
for
is.
him.
I'm not making fun of him. I just thought you were setting up like, hey, listen, this little kid that was a Braves fan.
I'm glad you hijacked Dunaway today.
I
and not
did,
me.
and it's my fault. No, you played your greatest hits the other day. I was thinking about that over the weekend. Sorry, Jim. Go ahead. Pick up. It was a horrible final possession
No,
for
I mean,
Auburn.
we're just 64 minutes into the show. We haven't even mentioned that the number 2 team in the country got beat.
Horrible final possession.
What y'all think?
NBA All-Star game.
Yeah, well, I've heard a lot about it, though. Florida wins it. What do you think of the final possession?
I mean,
what goes wrong here?
I don't know. It's just I don't know enough basketball to tell you what goes wrong. But what I do know is when Auburn gets in these close games late, their final possessions haven't been great.
They have not.
And that is.
Some people say it's a Wendell Green problem.
Well, no, I think what I was going, my observation watching that final possession is Wendell Green did not want to shoot the basketball.
Oh, he didn't want to shoot.
But he did in Fayetteville, and that was the problem, Lance.
Yeah, but I don't think there's a lot of confidence right now, at least how he played on Saturday.
All I'm saying is it's something, and I'm sure Bruce is working on it, but it's something they got to get fixed. I mean, chances are between now and April, you're going to play another very, very meaningful game that comes down to the final possession, and you've not been good in those situations. I mean, you are never, and Auburn didn't even do this last time, you're never going to make an NCAA tournament run that doesn't have one of those games in it. They had it in their first game and their last game.
Yeah. I would tell you also, I would like Kessler and Jabari to be working a little harder to get the ball from Wendell.
Sure. I mean, it's a lot of things, yeah.
I don't know how it's drawn up. Let's listen to our
our student reporter.
Our student reporter who won the contest asked Bruce Pearl a post-game question about that final possession.
What was the call? What were you trying to get done, and what happened?
Hey,
little
Probably
fella.
should have called timeout once I saw Florida back off. I was thinking they were going to overplay. If they overplayed Wendell, we're going to throw the ball to Walker, hand it off to Wendell, and let him get downhill. But they kept everything in front, and still, Wendell in the middle of the floor, Walker rolling to the rim, shooters spread out. If we complete that last play and Walker catches it, dunks it, then I look like a genius.
It's Bruce Pearl on that final play there. It seemed to be a little late in the clock for him to throw that pass when he passed it.
A lot of chaos, and it was obviously a bad final possession, but I thought Castleton outplayed Kessler. You hadn't been able to say that a lot this year because Kessler's been so dominant, but I thought Castleton was really good. Appleby was obviously fantastic in the second half. And for whatever reason, as average as this Florida program's been, Mike White has owned Bruce Pearl. He's 5-0 against Pearl.
And it's a place Auburn never plays well. I mean, they haven't played well in Gainesville, or won a game. I shouldn't say play well, but won a game
14
in
straight
Gainesville
losses.
14 straight times now.
That took Florida from off the bubble and put them back on the bubble.
Which is what, I've said all along, this is what Auburn's going to run into down the stretch, is these SEC teams, such a good conference, that potentially they're going to play a lot of teams that are trying to get in the tournament, and Auburn is their ticket to the tournament. Not only was that Florida's ticket to the tournament, it might have been Mike White's ticket to another year as a coach. I mean, just them making the tournament might let him keep that job.
They got a lot of work left to do to still make the tournament.
They do.
It got them back in the conversation.
They got them back in the conversation, and with that loss, I don't know that they've got enough work they can do to get back in the conversation.
It surprises me, though. And look, and this is a really good conference. And watching more Big Ten basketball, I got to watch Purdue in Rutgers last night.
Well, Purdue, man, I'm starting to...
Well, they're shaky. They don't play a full 40 minutes.
Yeah.
And when they play a full 40 minutes,
Don't trust them.
they are really, really good. But it's like Florida. You just don't understand when you've got a guy like Appleby and you've got a guy like Castleton. And I know Castleton was banged up earlier this year, but they should be better than they are.
Were you surprised where the committee had Auburn? That's the committee unveiling their top 16 seeds.
Yeah, the committee unveiled their top 16. Was I surprised they had them fourth already?
Yeah, fourth out of the ones. They were the number 4 or 1 seed. I envisioned them being the number 1 or 2 1 seed.
Yeah, you thought maybe they'd be the 1 overall seed?
I still thought Gonzaga would, but I thought Auburn would be in that discussion, and you put Gonzaga 1 and Auburn 2.
I guess I thought they'd be 2 and 3 because of schedule strength. To see them fourth already, you have to ask today, are they still a number 1 seed?
I know. Yeah. I mean, I think that's a legitimate question.
In the committee's mind.
Yeah.
I think it might come down to what transpires in Tampa, because I've flipped. I think Auburn's really, really good, and they're one of the best teams in college basketball. But I think when 100% healthy, I think Kentucky might be the best team in college basketball.
Now, again, I was at the UAB game, but were any of you listening to the Auburn Network and our friend Andy Burcham?
I was not, no.
At the end of the game.
I was not. At the final play?
Yeah, because at Auburn, they have now switched this because of this incident. The visiting radio used to be on the side where the students were. And during a court rush, they rushed over visiting radio crew one time.
Ooh.
So they put them on the opposite side away from the students now. They do not do that at Florida.
Yeah.
So apparently, and I did not hear this, but I was told that on the air, Andy's actually saying, "Get off of me. Don't get off of me."
Oh, my gosh.
He was on the air. So if you heard that, let me know if that was true or not. But apparently that is the incident. That is the situation for a lot of the radio crews on the road with the students on the court, that this happens sometimes to the visiting radio crew, that, they start coming over the table and everything to get onto the court as fast as they can. And our poor visiting radio crews get trampled sometimes.
Well, I did
basically
see a photo from the Arkansas game where the students were kind of surrounding Andy and Coach Smith
right
after they had already stormed. I don't know that they stormed over them, but they were surrounded.
It looked like Arkansas had security prepared
Maybe so,
to protect the scorer's table, the broadcast area.
Yeah, I know they did with the refs and the TV, so I hope they did for radio too. That's unfortunate if that happened.
Yeah.
That's something that should be addressed.
You think it'd be a big story if Andy busted out some mace?
Yeah. Well, I mean, you can imagine how scary it is to just be, you're sitting down in a vulnerable position and people are coming over the top of you. It would scare the crap out of you.
Yeah, Matt on Twitch in the Farm Folio chat room said the TV crew addressed it. They said, "Protect my laptop, don't step on it," or something like that.
Do you know the last time there was a court storming in Gainesville?
I can't imagine, because they were so good for so long.
I can't.
It was an NIT game in 1986, but it shows you where Auburn basketball is now. You've had Arkansas storm the court, and you've had Florida storm the court.
By the way, 2 national championship programs. Yeah. They have banners hanging in their rafters, and both of them stormed the court on you. So that does say a lot.
The Alabama game on the other side at Rupp Arena, what a great opportunity for Alabama to win at Rupp. Never again will you go in and the other team will be without their 2 point guards. Severe Wheeler and Ty Washington not playing. The table is set for Alabama to get a big win on the road against Kentucky. Nobody will remember that the 2 guards doesn't play. It looked like a great win on the committee and all that. And then you get Keon Ellis, who is red hot. The whole team's red hot to start with, but Keon's unbelievable in this game. And he goes off, and he scores 28 points, hits 7 threes. But John Calipari showed his players before the game Nick Saban's comments to the Alabama Football Coaches Association about how there were players that were not ready to step up.
Fascinating.
And he showed that to them and said, for we're without Severe, we're without Ty. It's time for you guys are you ready to step up? And boy, was Kellen Grady ready to step up.
He was fantastic. And this sounds so stupid because it's a top 4 team, but that's a bad loss for Alabama. When you're up double digits and there's no Wheeler in Washington and Kentucky was really out of sorts, that is a game you got to be able to close. And you finally, you hit threes. I mean, you hit 35%, which, is a decent percentage. When you're hitting 14 of 40 on the road without their starting backcourt, game you got to win.
Shibwe had a big game, 21 and 14. But Grady hit 7 of 9 3-pointers. The kid didn't miss, and it was just one of those games. And it did feel like everybody was saying during that video where they were checking on whether or not there was a contact to the face, and there ended up being contact to the face. That delay was so long that Alabama they never recaptured their momentum from that lengthy timeout there. And I know Calipari was upset about how long it went, But to me, the longer it went, the better it was for his team in that situation there.
And what was the Bediako situation?
I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, he's just he played really well, or he's been playing really well.
He got in foul trouble
couple of
early
weeks.
on.
Yeah, but he ends up with only 2 fouls, and he only plays 15 minutes.
Yeah, had 2 fouls early, and I guess they just didn't get back to him. I guess he wasn't getting the job done. He had a great game against Sheboygan as much as you can.
But if you would have told me Washington and Wheeler aren't playing, and Keon's going to go a career high 28, and that guy's got so much potential, and Bama's going to score 81 points, you think they win the game?
Yeah, I mean, it's all defense for Alabama right now. I mean, when you let a Kentucky team, especially down 2 players, and I know Kentucky was making everything they looked at, but John Calipari's teams aren't exactly known for high-scoring offenses, are they? And even at Rupp, you let them score like that, that's a defensive issue. I mean, I think it's a defensive effort issue. Don't you guys? With that kind of number?
Well, I mean, look,
that's an effort question.
And some of those runs, I mean, there was a 13-0 run to end the first half. There was a 20-2 run in the second half.
How many, by effort, I mean, how many guys out there really want to be playing defense? And that is what Nate Oates preaches. If you will come here, play here, and give an incredible defensive effort, I'll give you some leeway on the offensive side. I'll let you take shots. I'll let you do something, but you got to play hard defensively.
But they got lazy offensively, I thought.
Maybe so.
They kept shooting those threes. I don't have the number, but there were no fouls called, and it wasn't typical Rupp. They weren't calling the fouls. Alabama wasn't getting aggressive with the basketball in getting fouled. Sometimes you don't get fouls called on the other team because you don't draw the fouls.
But it is hard to get calls at Rupp, and look, they only had 9 free throws.
Yep. Yeah, but I don't think it wasn't one of those typical Rupp games where I watched it and said,
"It's 8 on 5."
Yeah, oh man, they're not getting any calls tonight. I didn't think Alabama.
I thought it was a gutty performance
enough
for Kentucky. I really did.
Oh yeah, well, they're down the players they were down. Absolutely,
yeah, absolutely. And
I mean, that's what made you make that stake bet Friday when I told you John Calipari had just said.
Yeah, I would have never made a bet.
Yeah, we're down a couple players. You assumed one of them was going to be Washington, which was a correct assumption. I didn't know it'd be the whole backcourt. Basically.
So if we go eat a steak tomorrow night, will you pay for it?
I'm not going to pay for it.
Okay.
I saw Brian Pasek had tweeted out before. No, I don't see Wheeler or Washington in the pregame warmups, and I thought to myself, I said probably in trouble. I gave out Alabama plus the 6.5, and I thought Bama had a great chance winning that game going into the game,
especially really without those 2 players there. And I thought Auburn would win at Florida, and I thought UAB would beat North Texas. They did not. Tyler Perry, not the one that is the entertainer, but this guy was entertaining on Saturday. I cannot tell you how many times that he waited until like 3 seconds on the shot clock, ball going through the net as the buzzer is sounding on the shot clock. 3 3-pointers in the final minute 55, including the one that beat UAB 58-57 in front of a nice crowd of 4,721 at Bartow. And that's a tough loss for Andy and the crew there. But it was already time you had to win the tournament to get in anyway. That one was just one you should have beaten North Texas. Hold them to 58 points. That's a winnable game for
what's
UAB.
Crazy is now, is UAB the 3rd, or are they the 3 or the 4 seed in CUSA?
I don't know, but North Texas is the best team in that league.
Well, they're rolling right now. And Perry, that final shot that he hit, the degree of difficulty, I mean, that was good defense.
Good defense, and dropped it in there on the road to win the game. And North Texas gets the win there at Bartow. First loss at Bartow this year for UAB. And, of course, who was in the house?
Of course you were.
Yeah.
Surprised you didn't make it a Rupp.
Yeah. I was watching it though, and it had a stake on Alabama. All the landmines you need. Part of our show being brought to you by Johnston RV Center. It is we had a great RV show this past week. Got another one coming up here soon, right?
Yeah, absolutely we do. And if you're looking to buy an RV, you need to head up to Johnston RV Center at any time, but especially this weekend in Coleman. Friday, Saturday, Sunday, 9 to 6 Friday, 9 to 5 Saturday, 1 to 5 Sunday. They've got free parking, no admission fee, register for giveaways. It's the largest selection and the best, lowest prices of the year. You can see it all, JohnstonRVCenter.com. I-65 exit 304 for that Coleman show this weekend, JohnstonRVCenter.com.
Okay, before LT tells us about our Urology Center medical minute, I got scared a little bit. Brown wants me to tell the story, but has this happened to anybody? Has anybody ever been hit in a crosswalk or almost hit in a crosswalk
I've never been, no.
Well, the roommate got clipped.
Yeah. This sounds a lot like her story.
Right. Yeah. Well, mine, was it a turn, or was the person not paying attention and didn't stop? Because this was a turning situation.
No, I'm going to say that this probably was a combination of somebody that wasn't paying attention driving, and I'll say the roommate probably wasn't paying a ton of attention either.
Well, I am in Birmingham a lot because our city streets are not very crowded sometimes.
But I will say this, to get hit by a car, you've got to not really be paying attention.
In this situation, LT, no, I'll be honest with you.
No, you told me earlier you were texting.
I wasn't. I was looking at my phone, but I was in the crosswalk and it was green. But I will sometimes cross.
But do you not look both ways still?
I do.
I don't
but
trust.
It's a turn. It was a turn. The car.
But
turned.
even now, I try to tell myself when I'm going through a green light, I try to peripheral, and I don't do it all the time. I try to make sure nobody's.
But I'm at Bartow Arena and I'm crossing to get to where Bartow is, and this car comes, and it never stops. It just never stops. And so it's not there waiting to go when I start walking. It's just not there. So it drives, and when I'm halfway in the section, it comes right at me. And in the last second, I can see his eyes as he brakes, finally sees me and brakes. And I mean, it was almost lights out for Jimmy D.
So the car hit you, though?
Well, it stopped, and as the stop was there,
Were other
we
people
made
watching?
contact. There was one nice man who got out and checked on me.
Did you you went to the ground?
I went to the ground, yeah.
Did you ship your pants?
I did not.
Were you helivac?
But it was one of those.
He was right there at UAB.
Like it did seem slow motion that I sort of athletic. I think a lesser athlete would have been hit.
Right.
I mean, I gave you one of these. Like
show us.
Like I jumped
that was
up.
quick.
I got
Did that look athletic to you?
Moved to the left.
It was like, and then I see him coming. I'm like, oh, and I cussed, which would have been a bad last word. I cussed. It would have been a horrible last word.
You didn't say roll tide.
No. I did
Forever.
I did SOB. I did. I was like, son of a. But I was like, whoa, son of a.
And then you go to the ground.
Well, because I'm not athletic.
Yeah, a lesser athlete would have
kept his feet.
So how close was it?
You should have come in today with a
I
neck
felt like
brace.
there was contact.
Bobby P. You felt like there was contact.
Yeah, I felt like there was contact.
Did
not
from
moving contact, but like
like if you pull the interception
Like
on
the lunge.
review, do you think you're down by contact?
I don't know, but I think I was. It was.
I think I got hit.
from last
So
week.
you got hit by a car?
No, look, like when the car stops, there's that last little.
It's like you on prom night.
It's that last little
Wicked.
tip of the car that hits you. Just to lean the incidental contact. Good call, Jim.
Yeah.
Incidental contact.
Okay, but
That's
from
tough with a car,
You
by
know
the
from
way.
the show last week, I hate it when something embarrassing happens to you and everybody makes a big deal about it. It just draws attention. Is that what happened? Did you hear somebody like, that man just got hit by a car?
Not enough people cared, bro.
Oh, you really want more attention, don't
Not
you?
enough people cared. One nice guy who was going that way was the only one that cared.
Because the guy that theoretically hit you drove off.
Very quickly. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I got a feeling, and I don't know this person, don't know anything about them, man or woman. Well, you don't have to tell me because that doesn't really matter. I've been saying, Guy, I got a feeling that person probably did not want to have a conversation with law enforcement.
Yep, I would agree.
That's
what they call priors.
Probably ended up just
or outstanding warrants.
a few blocks over in another facility if they had to talk to an officer.
Pritch probably right. I probably been called for the flop.
You're Vladdy Divac?
The referee had been doing.
The referee comes in doing the
Get up. That's a flop.
Well, I'm glad you turned out okay.
Let me ask you, if you would have been the driver in that situation, do you stop?
Oh, 100%. 100%.
So do you think if he would have hit you and like done serious damage, do you think he keeps going? I mean, is that the feel you get?
By the look of this person's car, could you have called Shannara and gotten anything out of it?
No.
Okay.
In retrospect, I think it was a older Honda Accord or Civic.
All right, we're going to need an APB for that.
So it wasn't the car that your bookmaker took from you back in the 80s?
No, but I can tell
the irony of that.
I can tell you that I cannot remember the color. So, sometimes eyewitnesses are not the best. I cannot remember the color
you got
of the car.
hit by it and you don't even know.
Yeah.
Just went so fast. Did I tell you I almost hit somebody at UAB this weekend? This dumbass was texting on the crosswalk.
All right. When we come back, Peter Burns will join us. Give us that Urology Center minute on this Monday, LT.
Hey, a lot of people this time of year, because March Madness is here, maybe you're considering a vasectomy. Studies show that a vasectomy over 99% effective at preventing future pregnancies, making it the most effective form of birth control. In fact, about 500,000 U.S. men undergo a vasectomy every single year, and it's covered by most insurances. If you and your partner are finished building that family, look no further than the expert team of urologists at Urology Centers of Alabama. They have performed thousands of non-invasive vasectomies on men all across the Southeast. Getting a vasectomy, it's safe, it's effective, and will not impact your hormones or libido. The procedure is also fast, and in most cases, you'll be in and out within an hour. Keep in mind, it is still surgery, so you'll need to give yourself a little bit of time to heal. After a couple of days, you can resume some routine activities, but you'll need to avoid sports, lifting, heavy work, and sexual activity for at least a week or so. Timing should be discussed with your urologist. Schedule an appointment today. Visit urologycentersalabama.com or call 205-922-SNP. That's 205-922-SNP.
Follow John Lunsford on Twitter @JLuntz.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations: Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Done building your family? A vasectomy is a safe, simple, effective option for birth control. When it was my time to take the snip, I used my friends at Urology Centers of Alabama. March Madness right around the corner, and there's no better time for a vasectomy. It's a great reason to be off your feet and be on the couch during the game with the wife's approval. It's a quick, in-office procedure covered by most insurances. Urology Centers of Alabama, 16 convenient locations. Call 205-922-SNP. That's 205-922-7647.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Excalibur Services. Join our Total Home Comfort Club. Just like your car, your heating and cooling, electrical and plumbing systems need to be maintained for top performance, safety, and comfort. Call 205-718-8688. Excalibur Services. Alabama license number 15214.
Few things in life are more important than a great night's sleep. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. My wife and I are getting the best sleep we've ever had in our life, and it is all thanks to the Tempur-Pedic adjustable mattress we got from Sleep Outfitters. We don't wake up now wondering, did I get a good night's sleep? We feel fantastic and ready to tackle the day. And when I tell you Sleep Outfitters made it enjoyable and easy, that is a huge understatement. The Sleep Outfitters team is just absolutely terrific. And right now, you can join Sleep Outfitters President's Day sale. Get a free box spring with any Sealy Outfitters Posturepedic or Posturepedic Plus spring mattress, starting at $299. That's up to a $350 value, yours free. Save up to $800 on adjustable mattress sets from Tempur-Pedic and Stearns & Foster. With 0 interest on approved credit, Tempur-Pedic and Stearns & Foster mattresses start at $23 a month. Get free delivery and set up incredible free gifts valued up to $300 with qualifying purchases. So head in now to take advantage of the President's Day sale at one of the great state of Alabama Sleep Outfitters. Find the one nearest you at sleepoutfitters.com. The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You could join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
ERA King Real Estate is on the move. They've just opened their new state-of-the-art office in Homewood, and they'll be opening new offices in Vestavia and Huntsville in the next few weeks. My friends at ERA King have 52 years of experience. ERA King Real Estate is growing to serve you. Text the word MOVE to 35260. That's MOVE to 35260. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who believe only quitters end a game in a tie, the type of guys who choose the bar with the biggest TVs to overcompensate for theirs at home. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Back with you on the next round, Peter Burns in just a second here. Part of the show being brought to you by our friends at New Life Art. They're going to give us Rockstar's viewing menu coming up a little bit later on. But we've got this new T-shirt opportunity out there for everyone. If you submit your shirt design and win, we've got some stuff for you. And there's a chance that we end up publishing your T-shirt for the masses.
Yeah, we hope so. Look, I think we got some really cool gear. You're wearing a cool hoodie right now, the camo hoodie. But we would love the creativity from the next round viewers and listeners. You guys submit your design, and we'll be showing those periodically, man. We're excited about this. New Life Art, bringing you memorable sports moments by Daniel A. Moore. For over 40 years, call 800-735-2787 or online, DanielMooreArt.com.
There was a T-shirt I saw one time. I can't remember if it was for a local brewery or an outdoor store or something, but it was almost like a mural, a painting that had little nuances about the product. I would love like a mural with little nuances about the show hidden throughout that mural. That'd be a really cool design.
Or magic eye, and it's you if you squint just right.
How about Dunaway's designing the shirt for
I know. It's a great idea, though. It's a great idea for a shirt.
Kaleidoscope.
Yeah, it's a great idea for a shirt. I like it.
Peter Burns is going to join us now.
I said it was a good idea.
Yeah. I mean, the Monday, the Captain Crunch Weedy Monday I get from Brown these days is just unbelievable.
Burns. How are you, Peter?
I'm like, can we do a Where's Waldo picture? I used to always love the Where's Waldo book back in the day. Like, that's legit. We haven't heard of those.
That's what I envision Dunaway has just described, is there's a lot going on, and there's some hidden nuances about the show.
Yeah, we're getting a T-shirt design from our viewers and listeners, Peter. We're having a competition, and I remember I think it was a beer, maybe somewhere in Asheville, that it was like a mural. I'm picturing like not a jungle, but maybe a beach combination beach jungle with some hidden next round stuff in there.
Rockstar's hanging out of a tree.
He's not on Molly, Peter. This is just a regular Monday.
Yeah, man, I'm flipping out. I'm like, I was surprised of the many thousands. Can we get a mural of like Rockstar head slapping and mushing somebody like Juwan Howard?
Yeah. Rocky's violent that way.
It was a face grab. Come on, man.
Yeah, like LT's face on a totem pole and his eyes follow you as you move across the T-shirt. That'd be really good.
What did you drink in the break? Peter Burns with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. We have Peter on to talk college basketball. The SEC weekend, Peter. A tough loss for Auburn at Florida. That is a lot of losses for Auburn and Florida. They do not play well in Gainesville, but a more concerning trend for Auburn is these end-of-game possessions and tight games. They haven't gone well lately.
Yeah, it's funny, and Bruce talked about that. Said, hey, he should have called timeout when he saw that it was going to be, a little bit of a different defense than they looked at. But I mean, that's part of the learning curve, right? I mean, the learning curve. You don't want to be involved in those tight games and play better early, right? I mean, I do think there's a little something to this Auburn team struggling a little bit on the road, but I'm sure I'm not concerned, right? Like, you've got enough players that I'd rather them struggle right now and then try to figure it out than everything go great, and then all of a sudden, you run into the first part of adversity, and you don't know what the hell to do. So I am surprised, though. There's something weird about that Auburn-Florida basketball deal. Now Auburn hasn't won in Gainesville since '96. That's just nuts to me.
Yeah, and this Florida team should be better too, Peter. I know Castleton wasn't 100% for a good part of the year, but with him and Appleby, I mean, that team should be better than 17-10.
Yeah, they're just. I don't know. I mean, Castleton, when he got injured, I mean, he's really the heart and soul of that team. But they're just not. They don't have a consistent score, right? They're slightly. They remind me a little bit of Tennessee, but at least Tennessee has some guys that can light up. The box score. Like, they're going to play disciplined basketball. They're just going to be annoying in games because they're always going to be kind of hanging around. They're not going to ever wow you with anything. But, it's like Teddy KJB. It's like hanging around. That's like how Mike White and those guys play basketball. And it might be good enough. I mean, I think, you look at their schedule, they got to play, Georgia and Vanderbilt on the road. I mean, you sure as hell can't lose either one of those two. And if you can win against Arkansas or Kentucky at home and don't lay an egg in the SEC tournament, you should honestly be a tournament team. Now, I don't know if they'd actually win a damn game in the tournament. I'm not going that far, but I mean they're good, just not great.
Speaking of great right now, if you're John Calipari, you got to like where your team is. One of the better teams in the country, and then you beat Alabama without your 2 point guards. That felt like that was a great locker room win for Calipari and the Cats.
Yeah, it sucks that Kentucky, this team is actually likable. Like, I grew up all my life like not liking these teams, like going back to like Rex Grossman's days, or Rex Chapman's days back in the Rupp Arena days, and this is like just a fun team to watch. And we talked about it on air a couple of days ago, guys. Like, did Cal kind of finally figure this out? Of saying, hey, listen, I'm going to have a 24-year-old Kellen Brady. I'm going to have an Oscar Tshiebwe who, hell, he may even come back one more year, but he's been a force down low of saying, I'm going to have 3 or 4 guys that I know that can play that are kind of my core, and then I'm going to intertwine 1 or 2 McDonald's All-Americans in there, as opposed to it seemed like, hey, he would always have these great 18-year-old kids, but they were all mercenaries and they weren't built to win as a team. I think Cal's kind of figured out at least the formula, and this might be the way he rolls going forward.
Peter Burns is with us, SEC Network. He joins us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. A lot of people are looking forward to that Tennessee-Auburn game coming up. Rick Barnes done a tremendous job, but Auburn did catch a little bit of a break with Tennessee dropping that game to Arkansas Saturday to keep that distance between the two of them in the SEC race. But still, that is going to be an entertaining game.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's 2 different styles, right? Tennessee, Auburn can light it up, but at the same point, like we were just talking about with Florida, Tennessee is playing extremely well because they just don't turn the ball over, right? And they don't freak out. And I think that's what happens when you play a team like Kentucky or Auburn, that all of a sudden you're like, oh, damn, these guys are so good. What's going to happen? It's kind of like playing, South Carolina women's basketball. Like you play Gamecocks on Staley's crew, you're almost kind of half beat before the game starts. I just don't think Tennessee's that way. And actually, I think they get up for those opponents. I still like Auburn in that game, but I think Tennessee's kind of that interesting storyline to where, man, if they had one more score, because, Vescovi's good, but I don't think that he's great. Fulkerson's been playing a little bit better since he came off the COVID restrictions. So it's a fun team, just extremely disciplined right now, and that's kind of that middle of the ground. But we were talking about it today, guys, and with me and Doring on our Sirius XM show. It's like, can you imagine what LSU like? LSU's going to freak the hell out of some 1 or 2 seed when they become like an 8 or 9 seed in the tournament. Like with Xavier Pinson and the length that they have, talk about a feast or famine team that could upset somebody come March Madness.
Well, and Bama's one of those teams when they're hitting their threes, Peter. Yep. And they had a great opportunity this past weekend with Wheeler and Washington out up double digits in that game. They end up not winning it after hitting 14 threes. Keon Ellis, great 28 points, career high there. But after winning 3 consecutive games, they lose and rub. Where are you right now on this Alabama team?
Same thing with LSU. It's like you coin flipping. You're like, all right, what team am I going to get today? The difference is that Alabama can score, right? I mean, Alabama's another one of those teams where if you look up and they're 7, 8, 9 seed, you're like, all right, in theory, we play this game 10 times. We're going to win 7, 8 times if you're a higher seed. But right now, man, I mean, it's just a matter if they catch fire. That's kind of one of those hit or miss situations right now. I mean, Ellis was incredible early in that game. Shackelford was great, but I mean, they're going to live and die by the 3. I don't know how sustainable that is when you don't have a lot of depth down low. They don't have like this Walker Kessler guy down low, or they don't have a Tshiebwe that's just an incredible rebounder. They've got some scores. So, I mean, there'll be a pain. Like, it would not shock me if all of a sudden we saw that they would lose in the first round, and it would not shock me if they're an Elite 8 team. Like, that's the kind of Dr. Jekyll or Mr. Hyde situation you got with Tide basketball right now.
I know you guys are on the SEC Network, but it was hard not to discuss today Juwan Howard and Greg Gard. As a couple of guys who have watched a lot of sports, I'm old enough that I was watching live when Woody Hayes did what he did to a player. What did you think of that situation there?
Capital punishment. Should be a public execution. I mean, it's so funny how many people were like freaking out about this. And I saw my favorite was people saying, well, now we've got, I think Dick Vitale even said it, we've got to get rid of the handshake line. Too many instances.
Oh,
like,
come on.
Bro, like, what are we talking about here? Like, hey, is it a bad look for Juwan? Yeah, he shouldn't have done it. Greg Gard at Wisconsin, there's some culpability as well there too. I mean, Wisconsin definitely didn't. We're like trying to de-escalate it. I mean, it's just a bad spot, but I think it's kind of overblown. Like for Juwan, you go ahead, suspend him for the rest of the regular season in the first game of the Big Ten tournament, and say, hey, you do it again, you're out of here. And in Wisconsin, you're going to get a stern talking to by Greg Gard and be like, hey, listen, like you should have just diffused this thing and let it go. But just say that we need to get rid of handshake lines. Like, how soft of a society are we if you can't handle a handshake line after a college game? Come on.
Yeah, because one got out of hand, we're going to get rid of it all. Peter Burns, you see him on the SEC Network, here on Sirius XM Radio, at Peter Burns ESPN on Twitter. Thank you, Burns. Have a great week.
Can I call back later in another segment? We talk about the Saudi Golf League, and can we do that like in the extra hour?
You do it now if you want to.
Hey, I put a couple of stories in our morning rounds today at nextroundlive.com that DJ and Bryson turned it down, but Rory is going after Mickelson's knees, isn't he?
Well, but Mickelson looked like an idiot this weekend, Peter, and it was incredible how quick once Phil Mickelson. All right, let me just quick backstory, and Peter will talk about it. So the Saudi Golf League is going to play under the umbrella of the Asian Tour, and they're trying to throw around a ton of money to convince PGA Tour guys to come. They think they've got about 20. Greg Norman is one of the big names behind it, and they felt like they'd recruited Phil Mickelson, and then Mickelson was going to be able to convince Dustin Johnson, Bryson DeChambeau, some big names to come over. Mickelson does an interview that gets leaked to the media where he says, look, these guys are some scary MFers. I'm not even interested in it. I'm just trying to use it as leverage to get our PGA Tour guys a better deal with the PGA Tour. And as soon as that came out, Peter, Dustin Johnson and Bryson DeChambeau could not distance themselves fast enough. I mean, they were out with a statement in the snap of a finger to distance themselves.
Yeah, and I think what they were doing is they were reading which way the wind was blowing, right? And here's the thing is I think they were trying to announce this thing at the Players' Championship here in a week or two, and I think it was pretty close to happening. And it was funny as I talked to Alan Shipnuck, the guy who's writing the Phil Mickelson book. He was the one who put the statement, who put the quote out, and he said, hey, listen, I had this conversation with Phil, and it was in the book, and I'm not releasing the book for another month. But he's like, I had to release it now. And I asked him, I was like, did Phil get back in touch with you after you said the quote? And he goes, first and foremost, he never told me that it was off record. Everything was for the book, and so he knew I could use it. And second of all, he texted me, and he was not a happy camper. And I'm like, yeah, well, guess what? When you upset a bunch of Saudi princes, and that are worth $1 billion, you probably don't want to be on the good side telling them how bad of a person they are and that you were only using them. So Phil might need to find a safe house for a couple of weeks or something just to figure it out. And I think that's why everybody was so quick, oh no, I love the PGA Tour. It's my favorite. It's ridiculous.
Yes. All right. Thank you, Peter. Always fun talking with you.
Later, boys.
All right, Peter Burns with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. That was a well under the radar story. You got to be kind of following golf.
I've got it right here for you, and I got the quote and the one from Rory, which I like. After Brown tells us about the great folks at Nichols Outfitters.
Yeah, what they would like at Nichols Outfitters is maybe to purchase your gun. Say you got a new hunting rifle over the Christmas holidays or something like that, and you still got the old one. Don't hang on to it and let it collect dust or fall into disrepair. Nichols Outfitters will pay for your old firearms. Drop by, talk to the Nichols team about what you can get for your firearms. Nichols Outfitters, exit 242 off I-65 in Pelham.
Here's the quote he was talking about from the book. They're scary MFers to get involved with. We know they killed the Washington Post reporter and have a horrible record on human rights. They execute people over there for being gay. Knowing all of this, why would I ever even consider it? Because this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to reshape how the PGA Tour operates. And Rory was asked about that comment, and Rory said after his round yesterday, I don't want to kick someone while he's down, obviously, but I thought the comment was naive, selfish, egotistical, and ignorant.
Yeah, it should be noted, Rory from day one has been on the PGA Tour side. He has never even talked about going to this other tour.
Yeah, and by the way, if that's Rory not kicking you when you're down, I don't want to be kicked when you're down.
Rory, who, by the way,
naive, selfish, egotistical, and ignorant.
Widely regarded as maybe the nicest guy on the PGA Tour, Rory McIlroy.
Yeah, so Phil Mickelson Not liked by a lot of people on the PGA Tour right now, and maybe by some scary people over in the Middle East.
You better hope he's never like flying his private jet to like Egypt and they get detoured and they somehow pass over and they go to Saudi.
Mr. Mickelson, we're going to need to look at this plane.
Yeah. You think he ever leaves Saudi?
Please step in this room over here while we look at this plane.
A lot more coming up as we roll on later. Back into the show, Dan Wetzel will be with us to talk about Juwan Howard and Greg Bard and everything that went on with Greg Gard. I did it. Oh,
I knew it happened.
$1 in the cup. Greg Gard, the head coach of Wisconsin. Later in the show, Wetzel with us at 12:30. The show being brought to you by Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing. Listen, if you had storm damage the other night, Greg can help you out, right? He's always got a crew on standby. His crews are here locally, have been for 20 years. He owns the company. He can help you out. So remember the name, Greg from Pell City. And here's the phone number for you. And you can call Greg up directly. This is his number, 205-542-3531. 542-3531. It's a free no-cost inspection on your roof. Now, when storms roll through like they did the other night, and it's good to remember Greg's name if that happens again, because you want to call Greg immediately when you have storm damage. He'll come out, and he works great with insurance companies. He'll evaluate your damage, and he'll start to create a photo file of all the damage before any temporary or permanent repairs are made. This allows the insurance company to compensate you fairly for the damage you are done, and there's no red tape on the back end. So that's why you got to remember Greg. You may not need him now, but when you do, Greg from Pell City, look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City, or save this number, 205-542-3531. He can handle any storm damage. He'll do a free inspection on your roof, the normal roof maintenance, all that. 205-542-3531. Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing. All right, when we come back, Rockstar's viewing menu and a lot more right here on TNR.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. I'm absolutely loving my Alfa Romeo Stelvio that I've been in for months now, and right now you can get up to $3,500 bonus cash plus 1.9% financing for 72 months on the all-new 2021 Alfa Romeo Giulias and the Stelvios at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com, 1837 Grants Mill Road, exit 27, right off of I-459.
New year, new you, new opportunity. If you're looking to start a big project, consolidate some debt, or free up funds, a cash-out refinance can get you what you need. And Mortgage Right is there to make the refinancing process a breeze. Ready to start the new year with more cash in your pocket? Then head on over to mortgageright.com/TNR. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. A good locally owned company. mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Done building your family? A vasectomy is a safe, simple, effective option for birth control. When it was my time to take the snip, I used my friends at Urology Centers of Alabama. March Madness right around the corner, and there's no better time for a vasectomy. It's a great reason to be off your feet and be on the couch during the game with the wife's approval. It's a quick, in-office procedure covered by most insurances. Urology Centers of Alabama, 16 convenient locations. Call 205-922-SNP. That's 205-922-7647. Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Excalibur Services. Join our Total Home Comfort Club. Just like your car, your heating and cooling, electrical and plumbing systems need to be maintained for top performance, safety, and comfort. Call 205-718-8688. Excalibur Services. Alabama license number 15214.
Do you want to be a better you in 2022? Ryan Brown here for The Next Round. Let Way to Wellness help you meet that goal. They can develop a treatment plan for you tailored to your individual needs, focusing on weight loss and reducing the health risk associated with obesity. I went in for a consultation last week. Leslie and her team have taught me about snacking the right way. That's my goal. And they've got some great high-protein, low-carb options for me. What is your goal? They'll help you reach it at Way to Wellness. Join our challenge at nextroundlive.com or learn more about Way to Wellness at aplanforme.com.
Hey, Next Round listeners, I'm ESPN's Lauren Sisler. You know, after a very busy football season, I'm ready to get some projects done around the house. And the first thing on my list is getting a new roof. I personally know the guys over at Cardinal Roofing, and I know I can count on them to be honest and to get the job done. Maybe you don't need a full roof replacement, but maybe just a tune-up to give you peace of mind going into the summer months. Call Cardinal Roofing for a no-cost, no-commitment, and honest inspection of your roof. For any of your residential or commercial roofing needs, make sure you choose this longtime Birmingham company, Cardinal Roofing. Find us at cardinal-roof.com.
The Iron Bowl.
Jordan Hare Stadium behind us that saw a classic Iron Bowl 24-22. The Crimson Tide holds on and wins in overtime.
The SEC Championship.
It is the SEC Roadshow Saturday morning in Atlanta.
The College Football Playoff.
It's our Cotton Bowl special from Dallas, Texas. We are live now.
The National Championship.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown with you up here in Indianapolis with the Playoff Fans Central.
The next round. You'll find us where the big games are played.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round hosts a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, presented by Redmont Vodka. LT has in-depth conversations with personalities like Clay Travis and Taylor Hicks. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple and Spotify. And remember to like and subscribe.
Hey guys, John Lunsford here for our friends at Way to Wellness. As a former offensive lineman, I developed some bad habits to maintain a large playing weight in my college years. But thanks to Way to Wellness, I've been able to learn great new habits that have let me drop over 15 pounds in just the first couple weeks of the program. I can already see the incredible transition, and you can be a part of it too. Join our weight loss challenge on the Next Round website, and also learn more about Way to Wellness at aplanforme.com. Lose weight and feel great with our friends at Way to Wellness.
Farmfolio chat room on fire over there. Mark says Kentucky, Auburn, Tennessee, elite teams all can make a serious run in the NCAA tournament. You agree?
I don't know if I'd go Tennessee elite.
I think they're getting better and better,
Yeah.
though. I mean, look, that's a young backcourt. So, yeah, I mean, I think they could.
I think Tennessee and Arkansas are, I wouldn't call either of them elite, but they are teams you could see getting high.
Yeah, Arkansas is getting really good.
Yeah.
Dangerous.
Yeah, it's a good point. Throwing Arkansas into the conversation. That's in the Farmfolio chat room.
If you are worried about market volatility or inflation, let Farmfolio show you how your investment can turn into cash-flowing farmland property. See more at farmfolio.net.
All right, Rockstar's viewing menu today, always brought to you by our friends at New Life Art. We'll tell you more about our T-shirt competition and everything else New Life has going on for you a little bit later on again in the show. Rocky, what you watching tonight?
Well, there's several things, but you guys know how much of a America's Got Talent fan I am. It's one of the best
talk all about that
talent
show.
shows, but I
Yes.
always say it's too tame. There's too
Need more.
I don't want juggling. I want something. Well, they're finally doing it. 7 p.m. on NBC tonight. The premiere of America's Got Talent. Extreme.
Have you seen the promos for this thing?
No, is it guys like jumping over cars? And
I mean, yeah, it is. I think the first promo was a dude running full speed. Like, I remember the show That's Incredible. Do you guys
I used
remember
to
the
love that
Was
show
it
when I was
Frank
a kid.
Gifford or Kathy Lee Gifford?
I think it was
on
Kathy Lee.
Now
Yeah.
that's incredible.
Yeah, I love that show.
But
when
I
was a
remember a
kid.
dude running head on, and he would jump like a Corvette or something. But that's one of the things in this.
and Simon Cowell was behind it, of course, in his puffy face.
I did see during the race that our guy Eric Stonestreet's doing the domino challenge or something. Did you see that during the NASCAR race?
No, what's the Domino's challenge?
Well, it's like people set, not pizza, the actual Domino's, but people set up the. He said it made it sound like it was the pizza. They set up
He'd be good at that,
different
bro.
dominoes and knock them over and make things. I can't imagine. I like Eric Stonestreet.
Let's stretch that into an hour.
I cannot imagine they're making a show out of that.
And then 7 p.m. on Stars Comedy, an interesting concept I thought was funny with the Gene Wilder and Richard Pryor days. See no evil, hear no evil. Richard Pryor's blind. Gene Wilder is deaf, and they have to find something.
I barely remember that. I remember Stir Crazy pretty well with those two.
Well,
Silver Streak. They did a lot of movies together.
Richard Pryor's driving in one scene, he's blind, and then Gene Wilder, who's deaf, has to tell him where to go. Like, turn left. What? It's funny. And then the Elvis trailer dropped this weekend. Has anybody seen the Elvis trailer?
The Colonel Tom Parker movie?
Yes, with Tom Hanks. Has anybody seen it?
I have not.
Lunsford and I are, I don't know.
Doesn't look good.
Is Tom Hanks playing Tom Parker?
He is, and he's got so much makeup and like a fat chin. Like they get him in a fat suit. It's obviously Tom Hanks, but like you know he's going to be good. But it's just like it looks like it's almost like an SNL skit. The makeup, it's almost too much.
Who's the kid playing Elvis?
It's a new guy, like Lunsford, who's playing Elvis. Yeah, but it's just.
So Tom Hanks looks like Monica in the Friends episode when she has the fat suit on?
Yeah, not that bad, but it's just like it's a little over the top.
But that is so unnecessary. The vast majority of the people watching this have no clue what Tom Parker looked like.
Right, and Tom Hanks has already got like a double chin anyway, so just roll with it.
Yeah, I mean, you could just.
I mean, he really does. I mean, for a skinny, he's skinny fat.
Yeah, you could just roll with Tom Hanks looking like. Tell me it's
doesn't
Colonel.
matter.
Just tell me it's Colonel Parker. I'm going to be okay with it.
Like if I told, can you picture Colonel Tom Parker?
No,
I know who he is, but I can't picture him at all. So that just seems really unnecessary to go to those links. Oh wow.
Yeah, he'll win an Academy Award for it.
Oh, I'm sure he will. It's Tom Hanks.
Yeah.
So you think that's just over the top, rock star?
Yeah, and they made Elvis look like almost like a drag queen. Like I wish I could show you the trailer, but watch this. Well, there's some portions it's just like I don't understand what's going on. It's a very involved trailer. There's a lot going on.
Yeah,
and
interesting
I don't know how
is
much
the way
of the career they're covering.
Interesting is the way it's being described in our Farmfolio chat room. Looks interesting, quotation marks.
So basically, Colonel Tom Parker he owned Elvis and took all his money. Is that what that boils down to?
Yes, and he was a immigrant, and he didn't have a visa or anything, so that's why he never let Elvis play out of the country.
Yeah,
he played Hawaii.
Oh, this is Boz Luhrmann that's doing this?
I don't know.
Is that right, Lunsford?
Austin Butler, Nick says, is the guy playing Elvis. Austin Butler.
Yeah. Interesting. All right, that's what Rockstar's watching tonight in his viewing menu there. One note from college football. Charlie Strong's on his way to be the linebacker coach at Miami. This coaching staff that Mario Cristobal is putting together some great recruiters. Because one thing, Charlie Strong's good defensive mind, joining Kevin Steele on that defensive side of the football. But the dude can recruit the state of Florida. There's another big recruiter for Cristobal.
I mean, Josh Gaddis, we know he can recruit. Kevin Steele's been around the game for a long time. Mario Cristobal is one of the best recruiting head coaches out there. There's not going to be any excuses. I mean, look, they've made the financial investment in this program, and now he's gone out and he got that financial investment to get the right coaching pool. So no excuses.
We waited and waited and waited for his coordinators. I mean, it took him a long time just to name coordinators. But I think if you're a Miami fan, you would say, well, it's well worth the wait. I mean, he's built a really good staff down there.
Yeah, I mean, Kevin Steele and, whatever role, coaching linebackers and maybe co-defensive coordinator or whatever, having Charlie Strong in the room helps. He leaves an NFL gig to do that. Before that, of course, he was in Tuscaloosa. Love that coaching staff. How Miami being good again could change the dynamic of the college football expansion coming up in our next segment. Trash is in the next hour as well. The show being brought to you by Rockstar's Guy. That's Adam Mestre.
At MD Realty, Adam is a third-generation realtor born and raised in Birmingham, so he knows the area. You want a guy like Adam to find a house for you? Why rent when you can buy? Buying a home is the largest financial decision you will make, so make sure you are using an agent that you can trust to help walk you through the process. Whether you're a first-time homeowner or looking for a forever home, Adam can help. Call Adam Mestre for a free home evaluation at 205-422-0589 or visit MD Realty LLC. At MD Realty, we make house calls.
Austin Cindric wins the Daytona 500, the 23-year-old rookie. Our guy Ryan Blaney was pushing him to the lead.
So close.
Made a move.
I know.
And then Cindric closed the door. Ryan Blaney had a shot to continue the streak here on the next round. But congratulations to Austin Cindric. NASCAR's on their way to California.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 20/200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or michelsonlaservision.com.
High Point Properties specializes in creating beautiful acreage home sites around the Birmingham area. They currently have land tracts in the Helena area ranging from 3 to 43 acres. These properties offer creeks, hardwoods, and beautiful mountain views, only minutes from city conveniences. You can buy now and build later. Call Wes at High Point Properties today to view these properties. 240-0204. That's 240-0204. Or visit hpprop.com. That's hpprop.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Farmfolio. If you're concerned about market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio can help you diversify your portfolio into cash-flowing farmland property. We all know about rental real estate. Cash flow and appreciation are the name of the game. With Farmfolio's productive farmland lots, your trees act as the tenants, and they pay you in fruit, which is sold by Farmfolio's international sales team to the likes of Walmart and Costco, ultimately generating cash flow for you. As your cash flow increases, your property value also increases. Just like tenant-occupied real estate, the best part is you don't have to be a farmer. You own, they farm, and you earn. This is the way it works at Farmfolio. For more information, you can go online, check everything out today. Go to farmfolio.net. That's farmfolio.net. Check it out today. If you're concerned about that market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio is your best friend. Go online today, farmfolio.net. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Farmfolio. If you're concerned about market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio can help you diversify your portfolio into cash-flowing farmland property. We all know about rental real estate. Cash flow and appreciation are the name of the game. With Farmfolio's productive farmland lots, your trees act as the tenants, and they pay you in fruit, which is sold by Farmfolio's international sales team to the likes of Walmart and Costco, ultimately generating cash flow for you. As your cash flow increases, your property value also increases. Just like tenant-occupied real estate, the best part is you don't have to be a farmer. You own, they farm, and you earn. This is the way it works at Farmfolio. For more information, you can go online, check everything out today. Go to farmfolio.net. That's farmfolio.net. Check it out today. If you're concerned about that market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio is your best friend. Go online today, farmfolio.net.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
This hour of the show always brought to you by our friends at Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken, your home for brews, blues, and bird, right there on Highway 119 in Alabaster. I took Little Harper by Champy's yesterday. She enjoyed the chicken fingers. Couldn't believe how many she got. 4 big chicken fingers in her basket. She ate 1. Ate the fries, took 3 home. So a college student getting to eat all week, she said, thanks to our friends at Champy's Chicken. Introduced her. It was her first tamale yesterday as well.
Oh, wow. What'd she think of
She
tamales?
liked it. She liked it. She doesn't like spicy stuff, and it has a little kick to it. So she ate 1. I ate the other 2. Just a great meal there. I had something new at Champy's. I went with the po' boy. The chicken po' boy.
I like a good po' boy.
Yeah, it was really good. They got the really good bread there. So hats off to Sterling and the crew for the great hospitality right there on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Open for lunch today and dinner tonight. You can always check them out online at champyschicken.com. The AP basketball poll is out, just released. So where is Auburn is your question. Gonzaga stays number 1. Arizona is number 2. Still a lot of respect from the voters. Auburn only drops down to number 3 after their loss. So 1, 2, 3. Gonzaga, Arizona, Auburn at 3. Purdue 4. Kansas is 5. Kansas, I think I'm right about this, has the second toughest schedule in America behind only Alabama. So Kansas will scare you at being a number 1. They'll end up being a number 1 seed.
According to KenPom, that is correct.
That is correct.
That's who you're quoting. Yeah, I'm looking at KenPom right now. Bama 1, Kansas 2.
I was just going by just the feel of watching Kansas games. It seemed
Well,
like
look
they're
at you.
always playing I'm serious. It was KenPom.
You know who had the third toughest schedule? We've talked about their team today.
If I had to guess, I would say it was Tennessee.
We've talked about their team today, not in the most positive light.
Michigan.
Yeah, third toughest schedule.
Hey, but if Kansas is going to lose a couple more games with 6 losses, can you get a 1?
If you've got the toughest schedule and you've won the games they've won, you could. Kentucky is at 6, and they are rising fast. Duke, Villanova, Texas Tech, Baylor is at 10. Other teams of note, Houston is at 14. Tennessee is at 17. Down at 18 is Arkansas. Speaking of a team on the rise, they're right there. Alabama actually moves up a spot in the AP poll to number 24. They do not drop out. And Iowa slides back in at 25, just missing the top 25 is Michigan State, Rutgers, and Wyoming. LSU is also getting votes down there. That's the new AP poll that is out. Auburn, Alabama, UAB all lose over the weekend. Samford with a big win. They beat North Carolina Greensboro 55-49. They've won 7 of 8. They play again tonight. It's a 3-game week for Samford after playing Saturday. They play Monday, Wednesday, Saturday again. The Citadel is on campus at Samford tonight, 7 o'clock for that one. Jack State blew Bellarmine out in Freedom Hall. Remember we were driving through Louisville?
That's where they play?
Yeah, Bellarmine plays their home games at Freedom Hall. So it's still in use. Jack State blows them out 82-67. So Jack State's going to win that division of the A-Sun. They're tied for the best record overall with Liberty, but they beat Liberty head-to-head, so Jack State's in control of their own destiny to be the outright A-Sun regular season champions there, which I think would guarantee them a spot in the NIT at worst if they don't make the NCAA tournament. And those are your headlines, brought to you by our friends at Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken. And before we get back into the conversation about college football and the playoffs, our friends at Odie's bringing you this look at college football.
Yeah, hey, it's a Birmingham institution located right there in Crestline Village. Make sure you stop in, see Will Haver and that great staff. Enjoy incredible lunch. Rodney Davis has been cooking them up for over 30 years now. Award-winning wings, delicious burgers, my personal favorite, the Diablo sandwich, ice-cold beer buckets full of the Bud Light. Remember, every single Wednesday night, me and Rocky and Will Haver, Odie's Team Trivia. Mark it down for lunch, for dinner, for Wednesday nights, for live music on the weekends. Stop in. It's Odie's Tavern, Crestline Village.
All right. Now, rarely does my feelings change about something when I have my feet set in stone. But Ari Wasserman wrote a story at The Athletic, and the more I think about this, I think I'm falling out of love with the expanded playoffs to 12.
Oh, wow.
I think 8 or 6 is where I want to land. Now, I don't think we need 12, the more I think about this.
Okay, well, I don't mind 8. I was a little surprised that we went from the talk of we finally got to 4. I thought the eventual, like the evolution would be 8 would be the next. It seemed like the logical move. I was surprised we jumped from 4 to the talk was all of a sudden 12.
Yeah, I am almost okay with 6, 5 automatic bids, and just 1 wild card if you got one league that has 2 great teams, right? Like we have had with Ohio State and Michigan once, and Alabama and Georgia a couple of times.
And you could even give that wild card to a Cincinnati. You mean?
Yeah, or even if there is warranted there. But if there is a need, there is. And he writes a story at The Athletic today. Is like, who benefits from the expanded playoff? If we go to 12, who benefits? And I initially thought, well, I mean, the people that are going to benefit are the teams that aren't getting in now, the Pac-12. And maybe the ACC year when it's not Clemson, something like that. Or the group of 5s.
Mm-hmm.
But his big overriding point, he goes, the teams that are going to benefit the most from the expanded playoffs are Alabama, Ohio State, Clemson.
Okay.
Imagine.
Because you're talking about because they get a bye?
Well, they're sitting there. He goes, can you imagine Alabama, Ohio State, or Clemson losing 4 games in a season ever with where those rosters are right now? And where they're at right now, 2-loss absolutely in a 12-team playoffs, those 3 teams are getting in every year.
Well, how many times Alabama?
Three loss. There's a chance that the 3-loss Alabama or Ohio State's going to get in. Do you know if we had an expanded playoff, we wouldn't even have to go to 12. If we just had a slightly expanded playoff to 6, Ohio State would have been in the playoffs every year.
Well, I was going to ask you about Alabama. So Alabama's missed the college football playoff twice. Is that right?
That seems, or is it just
I know
once?
they did in 19 when LSU won it, but I think there was one other time they missed it. Am I wrong on that?
I think it's just once.
Well, if it's just once, I mean, well, they would have made it 19.
It's interesting, though, that he makes this argument about Clemson on a year where Clemson absolutely would have missed the playoffs.
Yeah. If we'd gone to 12?
Yeah, even with 12 this past season, Clemson would not have been in the 12.
Well, don't get hung up on Clemson. I may have thrown them in there just talking about – he's talking about –
Alabama and Ohio State, I 100% agree
He's talking about the elite of the elite. Because, if we expand, it's not going to always be this moment in time.
Yeah.
Whatever the equivalent are, the 3 best teams in college football in that decade – whatever it is in the future, they will benefit the most. At this period of time, it's Alabama and Ohio State. That they would never miss this thing. With where they are right now, they would never miss this thing. And, if it was the 90s, it would be Florida and Nebraska. Or, if it was the 80s, it'd be, Miami and Florida State. Whoever it is for that decade would never miss this thing at 12.
Yeah.
Never.
I'm just looking at the 12 that you would have had this year. And I would have been inclined to say, well, somebody like Ole Miss, they benefit from it the most.
Yeah.
Because, it's going to be hard for Ole Miss to get to Atlanta and win the championship. But Lane Kiffin just showed you, hey, 10-2, number 8 in the country, they're in the playoffs.
That's right.
So I would have made an argument that's who benefits the most.
Well, there is a team sort of like Ole Miss who's done it much more consistently in the Big Ten, who since 2014, there are 3 programs that have finished 5-12 the most since 2014. They are Ohio State, Penn State, and Georgia. Penn State and Georgia would have a lot more playoff appearances right now if we were 12 since 2014.
Yeah.
Would they have any more championships?
No, maybe not.
Probably not. And then that's another thing that he brings up. He goes, everyone thinks that, okay, you get in this playoff, that it's going to help you in recruiting or it's going to elevate your program to this certain level just because you made the playoff. And he says, go ask Washington and Michigan State how that worked out.
Yeah.
That all you're doing is setting up some of these teams that aren't playoff worthy on the same level of the elite. All you're doing is setting up them for an embarrassing 28-point, 30-point, 35-point loss on national TV. And it doesn't really elevate the program like you would think it's going to elevate them.
Right.
And he made one other point. He said the need for 12 is not there because if you look at recruiting, this year, 53 of the top 100 players went to 5 schools, which is mind-blowing. 53 of the top 100 players in this past recruiting cycle went to 5 schools.
So Alabama, Ohio State, Georgia, Texas A&M?
Yep.
And who's the 5th one?
Clemson.
Yep.
Yeah, but here's the thing.
A&M's new to that party, by the way. Those other 4 have been getting those guys all along.
I think for some people there was an appeal with having both Michigan and Cincinnati in this playoff just because it was new blood. And although those teams might not win some of these games, at least it is new faces. If we take this thing if we keep it at 4, typically you're going to have 3 of the regular 4 in there every single year. And if we even take it to 8, you're probably going to have 5 or 6 of the same 8 every year.
But it is, some of the oddities of moving it to 12. Like, for instance, Baylor and Oklahoma State played a close classic, if you want to call it, Big 12 championship. Both those teams are still in.
That's right. That's
regardless of whichever one lost that game.
That's always been your argument on expanding because what makes college football best is the regular season.
I agree.
Right.
So the regular season is much more meaningful than the NFL regular season.
That's right. And like even the loss at College Station for Alabama, and Alabama at this point has more mulligans than anyone else in college football.
Yep.
Even that loss that night, there's a little bit of yours like, oh, that's a bad loss, and you still think you can get in, but there's no
error.
There's no room for error. If it was a 12-team playoff, you could still lose another game.
Yeah.
And still get
the
playoffs.
Lose 3.
You can't lose 3.
Can't lose 3, maybe.
I don't know, Lance. I think 3-loss Oak State would have been in. Looking at it, Baylor beat them in the Big 12 championship game. Your 12 ends at Pittsburgh, who got, I think Pittsburgh would have been.
Maybe.
I mean, I still think both those teams
But
are
still,
in.
the regular season is still going to be important. You still got rivalries.
3-loss Auburn in the year they beat Alabama, Georgia, and lost to Georgia in the SEC championship.
Your favorite 3-loss Utah, they would have been in a 12 last year.
I get it, but you've got a favorite team in the Dolphins and the Bucks. Does it affect your regular season? And I mean, every game is super important.
It's not the same as college football.
It's just not the same. I mean, because you lose one game.
Yeah. I start off at the beginning of the year. My goal is let's get to 10 and have a shot on that last Sunday. That's my goal. Have 10 wins, so I got a shot on that last Sunday to make the playoffs.
But I still don't. I don't see a difference in those 3 hours where I'm watching my team.
For a college, your team is different. That's 100%. Your team is different. Watching upsets around the country. And you know how so and so USC back in the day, Pete Carroll, they could be losing at Oregon State. You've got to flip over and watch that. Well, I mean, how many of Pete Carroll's team in a 12-team playoff? They'd all been in the playoffs.
Yeah.
They would have never missed it. The urgency to be there, and now you get a little bit of a bump with one loss. You almost get a mulligan. Most everybody does. 2 losses. Teams like USC back in Pete Carroll's day would have been in every year.
I'll give you an example. Cardinals lost at the Lions. In college football terms, that is a devastating loss.
Bad loss, yeah.
Awful loss. I mean, that is the equivalent of, I don't know what, Ohio State losing at Rutgers, right?
Yeah, not only is it a loss.
It's a bad loss.
It's a loss. You can't explain it away.
Cardinals still made the playoffs.
Yeah.
I mean, they lost at the Lions and made the playoffs. Now, I'm sure
But
Cardinal fans.
I think that's what affected the Cardinals was that loss. I think mentally it's what it took them a different direction. Their season fell apart.
But I guess mine and Dunaway's point is if that were one of their 3 losses, let's just say that's one of their 3 losses, they're still the 1 seed in the NFC.
I got it.
13-3 or 14-3 now.
Would you rather have more important games though?
Because
you're still going to get excited about these upsets. I mean, if Rutgers knocks off Ohio State, you're still going to get really excited about it.
I'm just saying, historically, a single loss in college football has been far more damaging than a single loss in the NFL. And college football has slowly crept away from that. That's my point, is historically a single regular season loss in college football was almost devastating. So every single game had that feeling, and it's not the same in the NFL.
2012, Johnny Manziel's always been your example.
Right.
You're leaving the stadium that day, and you think, oh, man.
Well, we just cost ourselves
We
a play.
survived
That's
Baton Rouge, and now we just cost ourselves a trip.
Now, that was when there was 2
championship.
teams,
Yeah.
and Alabama had to get extremely fortunate for that to work out for them, and it eventually did.
And you watch those games, too, watching the scoreboard, cheering for other teams to lose to get your team back into it. But
I still get upset when the Dolphins lose a regular season game. I'm not saying that, Lance, but I also know if the Dolphins only lose one regular season game, they're the 1 seed.
Yep.
I mean, they're 16-1.
Well, you're also playing for seeding. If we did just hypothetically go to 12, you've still got those teams that are going to get a bye. You've got teams that are going to host a first-round game. So regular season is still ultra important.
It does matter, but we've also seen in the NFL how unimportant seeding can be at times.
One more big point from Ari Wasserman's story, The Athletic. It takes a subscription, but you can read it this morning at nextroundlive.com, nextroundlive.com, a subscription to The Athletic. That's a free website for you. But I wanted to tell you about our friends with Legion FC before I make his final point, and it's on Cinderellas. But the Legion FC is ready to open its regular season March 13th down at Protective Stadium, and you can be there. The game's going to be nationally televised on ESPN2, so it's a chance to show off the city of Birmingham and the new stadium with a packed house at Protective Stadium. Tickets start at just $7 to get a general admission ticket to sit just about anywhere you want inside Protective Stadium. $7 to get in. You can't beat that family value right there. To get tickets for that March 13th opener against rival Tampa Bay, the team that's knocked Birmingham out of the playoffs the last couple of years, go to BHMLegion.com. BHMLegion.com. You can get tickets there, all the information. Follow them on social media at BHM Legion. Great day yesterday at Protective Stadium as they played an MLS powerhouse in Atlanta United. A lot of fans there from Atlanta, a lot of Legion fans there as well. Some of those overlap. But be ready to go March 13th at Protective Stadium when the Legion opens up the season. BHMLegion.com. His final point here was about Cinderella. Everyone says expanding to 12 gets you that opportunity to have what we're about to experience with March Madness, and that's with the Cinderella. And he says the Cinderella will not be what you think it's going to be. The Cinderellas are going to end up being 2-loss Ohio State or 2-loss Alabama. that goes in as an 8 or a 9 seed or an 11 seed, and they're going to end up winning the national
maybe
champions.
more times than not, but Utah would have been a Cinderella this year. Nobody wanted to play Utah.
Nobody wanted to play Utah, but you could see it happening where those elite programs that have that recruiting advantage, that have stacked the rosters at this period of time, Alabama and Ohio State, they've got clipped a couple of times along the way, maybe because of an injury or something, and now they're in the playoffs, and they make a run through the playoffs, and that's the more likely Cinderella. More likely that type of team wins 4 games than, say, a Cincinnati or a UCL.
It'd still be a power conference team.
But again, you still earn it.
You do earn it, but it's just not the. If people think it's going to be the same Cinderella feel you get from the NCAA basketball tournament, you're wrong. It's not going to be that.
Really, the only Cinderella feel you get is that first round anyway.
Right. And I just don't think you're going to have that same feel in this.
And let me say this. I really don't care. I'm good with 4. I don't mind expansion to 8. Like, I didn't think the NFL should have gone 7-7. I thought 14 was too much for the NFL. I thought they had it right at 6-6.
But you've enjoyed it, haven't you?
No, I have. So I don't, and that's why I think we get conditioned to it. Like right now with college football, I think you could easily go to 8 or even 12. I wouldn't have a problem with it. I mean, it's more quality games, but I don't care if they stick with 4.
Yeah, I guess the question becomes, Lance,
I did want them to go from 2 to 4, though.
Are you trading some quality, getting more quality in the playoffs and trading some quality in the regular season?
Maybe.
That it does end up being a wash. Because I do feel like there are some Saturdays it feels like a playoff game already. You know, and sometimes that's in October.
Yeah.
Or sometimes that's in September. It's not technically a playoff game, but sometimes on a Saturday it feels like a playoff game already.
Well, it's just the NFL, the thing it does right is the postseason. I mean, to me, it's the best show in all of football. And
especially this year.
Or the best show in all of sports. Let me correct myself. I like the NFL playoffs better than I do the NCAA basketball tournament. I think it's a better event than the NCAA basketball tournament. What they realized is, you know, the regular season is going to lead up to that. Does one loss kill you in the NFL? Of course it doesn't. But we are focusing on the playoffs, so we're going to give you the best playoffs we can. And they do, buddy. NFL playoffs are fantastic.
Yeah, and we haven't really captured that with the football yet.
You haven't been able to, but here's the truth. Like Lance was just saying, nobody wants to play Utah. Maybe they didn't. Utah would not have stayed on the field with Alabama or Georgia, though. You're not changing that. Alabama and Georgia would have whipped Utah.
Yeah, so it doesn't matter.
I know.
And I said that if we went old BCS model, you would have gotten the exact same thing you got.
That's really your ultimate problem in college football. Because if you want to compare it to the NFL, what happened to the 1 seeds in the NFL?
They got bounced the first
at
weekend.
Home. Yeah, at home, right? So you're not going to get that, I don't think, in college football. I still think you could have had 12, 14, 68. Alabama and Georgia still would have played for the championship.
One thing you're never going to get in college football is parity.
Yeah, I mean, that's just, it doesn't lend itself to that. The NFL is created to have parity.
And Paul in the Farmfolio chat room is exactly right. And Ari brings this up in his story at The Athletic. Cinderella can happen in basketball because you have one great player who can have a great night, shoot a 3. It's like the NCAA baseball tournament. You can have that one great pitcher.
The Friday starter.
Friday starter who may be at College of Charleston.
That's right. Now, he's about to be a first-round pick.
Yeah.
But Major Leagues, yes.
He throws 96 with movement. He shuts you down. Or you hit lasers all day long just right at their guys.
Yep.
And you end up getting bounced 2-1 or 1-0. And it just, it's just how the cookie crumbles.
Football does not lend itself to that.
No, football, usually the best team wins. Usually the best team wins. Just thought it was a fascinating story. And I'm not going to beat the drum for 12 anymore. I think I would like 6 or 8. I don't need 12 anymore.
You and Greg Sankey appear to be on the same boat.
Yeah. Really good stories from Andy Staple and Matt Hayes, too, where they are painting a picture that we're moving towards a future of it's the SEC versus the Big Ten, and that's it. That's what it's going to come down to. Just an old North versus South. We'll play it off down at the Coliseum.
North and South, we're down 1-0.
Do think Lincoln Riley's got something to say about that?
Yeah, and so does Mario Cristobal, I think, too. I think Miami.
I'll believe that when I see it.
Yeah, I will, too.
Well, I'd like to see you. It's been a long time now since 2004, 5, and 6.
But Lincoln Riley, he has seen a playoff.
Yeah, he's at least
Mario
got credentials.
Hasn't.
Right,
Yeah.
he's at least got credentials.
All right, we roll on. LT's got trash coming up in just a moment. Part of the show is being brought to you today by our friends at Gutter Cap. If you're getting ready to, maybe put your home in the market. I see a lot of, home sales going up again. The market is still really, really insane right now. You want to separate your home and maybe add a little more value to it. If you don't have a home that is capped, gutter capped, you can do that, add value to a home, very low cost to get that done. Also, if you're keeping that home or just buying a home, Getting it capped on gutters can save that roof, save that home, prevent damage. Gutter Cap can make it happen.
Yeah, it's a patented aluminum cover system. It fits over most existing gutters. It will keep debris out if you want to eliminate the gutter cleaning forever. Call my good friend Chris Stewart today, 205-823-2212. You can always go online. Go to guttercapbirmingham.com for more information. And right now, for the next round, listener and viewer, 45% off the retail price. Cap it, don't snap it. Gutter Cap, 205-823-2212.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
Excalibur Services, now a Train dealer, invites you to join their Total Home Comfort Club. Just like your car, your heating and cooling, electrical and plumbing systems need to be maintained for top performance, safety, and comfort. The Excalibur Home Comfort Club benefits include free consultations, priority scheduling, summer and winter cooling and heating tune-ups, a yearly plumbing and electrical inspection, plus 15% off any repair. Ask about our limited time buy one, get two sale. Call us today at 205-718-8688. Excalibur Services, Alabama license number 15214.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Vulcan Tire and Automotive is hiring. If you want to take advantage of joining in with a local growing company in the automotive service industry, this is the opportunity for you. Hiring oil and tire technicians and more experienced mechanics. If you've got the talent and the desire, there is a spot for you at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Stop by one of their 4 locations and the manager on site can walk you through the pay scale, great benefits, and flexible work schedule. Get paid to build your future in the industry. Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Some things just stand the test of time. Your old truck, an aged bourbon, the memory of your first girlfriend, and a classic pair of Red Wing boots. Fall is upon us, and Red Wing boots are the ones every guy must have. Whether you're on the job site, working in the yard, exploring the trail, or heading out for the evening, Red Wing shoes will have you covered. Certified fit specialists will make sure you get the most comfortable boots with convenient locations in Pelham next to Publix and the new Trustville location between Metro Diner and Taco Mama. Red Wing boots, a classic you can enjoy every day. Have you had a pipe burst? A washing machine overflow? Maybe your toilet or bathtub has overflowed upstairs and now you have water coming through your ceiling. Big problem for you? No problem for a Dry Tech specialist. They're ready to help. It is important to act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. Long-term exposure to these toxins can cause many health issues down the road. So act fast. Your first step is calling Dry Tech Solutions, 205-637-0143. They have 24/7 emergency services, 205-637-0143 or mydrytech.com. Everybody makes New Year's resolutions. This year, how about a suggestion for the best resolution ever? If you're buying a new home or selling yours, use Holly Mack Wilson. Let a true experienced professional help you. Holly gets her clients' homes sold quickly and usually for more than asking price. Let Holly Mack Wilson help you buy with confidence and sell with success. Make the best resolution ever and call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446. That's 205-901-9446. Holly Mack Wilson, a Tuscaloosa Keller Williams agent.
Does your kneecap swell after exercising? Did you feel pain in the knees pushing around the lawnmower? Do you have discomfort in your knees simply getting up from the couch at halftime? Precision has 9 locations in the Birmingham metro area to get your life back on track. We are rebuilding champions on and off the field, so make that appointment today. Call 855-219-6200 or visit precisionsportsortho.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You can join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com. Drunk driving prevention is a priority at Anheuser-Busch. You can't drive drunk if you don't drive there. Encourage friends to join in the pledge to Decide to Ride on DecideToRide.com. Brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
And no for you not to
go. Let me know.
Did you have a good meal all weekend?
Yeah, I went to Champy's yesterday. It was fantastic.
Nothing but sponsors.
With our daughter. And what else?
Walk-ons.
Went to Walk-Ons. That was delicious.
Hey, Jim.
That was
any non-sponsor
Saturdays.
places you went that you obviously don't mention the names, but
no, I didn't eat out to non-sponsors. I was social media for the company all weekend long. In fact, Reed, if he's listening, I should get some compensation for all that.
Okay, turn into your expenses.
I think you do.
Yeah. He just went paycheck on me right there. Hey, part of our show today is being brought to you by the people that bring you the lock every day. And LT, how'd you do with the lock over the weekend? You do well?
It was a terrible weekend.
Terrible weekend.
It's coming.
God, if I don't pre-ask,
anytime you don't,
100%.
Yep, 100%. It's a bad weekend if you just do it on the fly.
All right.
Lock's been hot. How'd you do this weekend, Lance?
Yeah, Lock's been red hot lately. How'd you do? I didn't pre-ask.
That's right.
That was horrible this weekend. Hey, but the Lock every day is being brought to you by our friends at Hemp Hill Services. Hey, like the Lock, sometimes things don't go right in life. Flowing right, draining right, flushing right. Disaster can strike anyone. That's why we have this number on hand, 205-229-2090 for Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones we trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name Birmingham has trusted since 1954. You don't do business well like they do since 1954 if you're not good at it. That shows you how good they are. It's Hemp Hill Services, 205-229-2090. 229-2090, and LT will send out the lock a little bit later on at the Lance Taylor. Is that how we roll today?
Yes, I will.
All right, a couple of games happening tonight. It seems like it was a pretty light slate if I remember looking at it correctly. I think you got an Oklahoma State game, and that's about the only good Big 12 game tonight. But LT will have a lock for us a little bit later on. 186 days away from week 0 of college football. We told you about Charlie Strong, who is heading down to Miami to be part of that coaching staff. Liam Cohen is officially the Rams offensive coordinator now, so Kentucky is looking for a new OC. The Rams are bringing back Greg Olson and Thomas Brown and bringing back Liam Cohen. Cohen's going to be officially the offensive coordinator, but the other two are offensive minds, and it's always been McVay calls the plays, but these other guys will
just
contribute.
familiarity. I mean, Olsen and Cohen have been on the staff before, and getting those guys back when you lose a guy like Kevin O'Connell.
But for us, in the SEC footprint, that's Kentucky looking for an offensive coordinator now. That's a big hole to fill because Cohen
and the timing.
Cohen brought a lot of momentum, and they're about to hit spring practice up in Lexington, and Lane Kiffin's having problems with his coaching staff, boys.
He lost his brother.
He lost his brother back to the NFL, and Jeremy Springer had come to be the special teams coordinator.
Replacing the guy that came to Tuscaloosa, right?
Replacing the guy who came to Tuscaloosa, and he was there for just less than 1 week. He's off to go to the LA Rams, where he's going to be the assistant special teams coach, the assistant to the special teams coordinator.
To the regional manager?
Yeah.
He's got Dwight Schrute's job?
He's going to be Dwight Schrute with the Rams. So he is 1 week and done in Oxford. So he's now looking for another special teams coordinator.
Oh, he lost his offensive coordinator, his special teams coordinator twice now, basically.
Yep. And down at Auburn.
And his defensive coordinator.
Down at Auburn, Brian Harsin finalized his coaching staff. We'll talk more with what he's getting in the OC and the promotion of Zach Etheridge, all coming up later in the show. But right now, always, it is time for Trash on the Table.
After the break, we're going to interview Eric Weihenmayer, who climbed the highest mountain in the world, Mount Everest. But he's gay. He's blind.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
But the funniest part of that to me is you compound the mistake by repeating your mistake, right?
But
except that he's gay. Oh, he's gay.
But you don't even have like a visual of that. Where does that even come from?
I don't know how you.
Something they were talking about before the break, I'm sure.
I don't know how you confuse the two. But
that blind hiker looks gay.
Yes, but to repeat it just doubles down on it.
Hey, not everything in life comes with a second chance, but our friends at Mortgage Right know that this rule does not apply when it comes to a home refinance. With refinancing experts nationwide, Mortgage Right has the tips, tools, and dedication to help you take advantage of interest rates while they are still low. But act quickly because rates are rising. Don't let a great refinancing opportunity slip away. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR NMLS 2239 equal housing lender. It's something that was all over the internet this past weekend, and I even saw Dunaway commented on it.
Oh, I was hoping you were going to get this. I had this in the holster if you left off. Yeah,
cross-country skier?
Yeah, included Maggie on this one. The men's 50-kilometer mass start race at the Beijing Games was shortened to 30 kilometers, but that did little to help Finland's Remi Lindholm, who needed a heat pack at the end of the race to thaw out a sensitive body part. Lindholm just spent under an hour and 16 minutes on the course in howling, freezing winds, leading to his penis becoming frozen for a second time in cross-country ski race.
Yeah, I'm just going to say, anything I do, if that happens the first time, I'm never doing it again.
Yeah, we got to figure out a way that we make certain it doesn't happen
I will
again.
not make that mistake
And how
twice.
does this not happen to other skiers? How
That's
does
a
it happen to
great
him twice in a
question.
year?
Extreme conditions. The ski suits are so thin for the aerodynamics and the movement. It only has happened in these extreme conditions. But my tweet was, with the frozen penis situation, I just sent out a link to the story, and I said, Maggie prefers hers neat, not on the rocks.
And what did Maggie think about that?
Wow. I guarantee she didn't see it.
She didn't. She was at church at the time.
I'll text it to her.
She might have lost yours.
Yeah.
She might have thrown them. She might have reached in her purse, rolled down the window, and thrown them out the window on the way home from church.
That's littering.
Anyway, he told Finnish media.
There's my tweet. There's my tweet.
No, we heard it. That's
the visual of the tweet.
That's it. Yeah. In case
Did
Maggie
anybody
missed.
respond to that?
Oh yeah, several.
It probably, probably excited Randy Scott.
Wow.
I like Randy Scott.
Now, this guy went on to say, you can guess which body part was frozen when I finished the race. It was one of the worst competitions I've been in. It was just about battling through.
Yeah.
When the body parts started to warm up at the finish, the pain was, quote, unbearable.
Have you ever been so cold and you get in that hot shower and it is like needles going in you?
That's what I was about to say. To me, when it starts to warm back up,
That's
is where the
worst
pain
part.
starts.
That's right. Can you imagine? So that's like needles going into your arms and legs in the hot shower. Can you imagine there? Again, anything, if that happens one time, I am going to spend the rest of my life ensuring it never happens again. I cannot believe it's happened twice to this guy.
The only thing that I was wondering about the story, LT, was, I mean, if you've got to go to the restroom and you're in the middle of competition, did he go number one
and that's
in
what
his
froze?
suit in competition, and now he's wet there, and then that also?
No, because
and that's why it's not happening to anyone else?
Marathoners do that, right? Marathoners, if they're in the middle of the marathon and it's time to go, they go.
Close your eyes and imagine me running a marathon. Do you think that's ever happened?
I
have no
assume
idea.
someone had told you that.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah, I don't know.
No, I think that does happen. Rockstar might know. Rockstar, don't marathoners have to do that?
Sometimes you lose control.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah.
And also, I think like the Ironman people. Like you're telling me when they're swimming through the ocean, they're not going there?
Yeah,
that one guy open mouth swimming.
Easier. Of course, you would lose. I don't know how you do it, really. It'd be difficult.
Yeah, but that's the only way I could. I mean, you're talking about below zero wind chill, and you have now initially warmed up that area, but then it cools off very quickly. Now you've got
it's
moisture.
Wet.
Yeah, now
that's
it's
right.
wet.
And I read somewhere though. I read a tweet, Lance, from somebody that had covered a ton of Olympics, that said this is the coldest they can ever remember a Winter Olympics. That apparently China cold is like legit cold. I mean, I don't know what makes
another
it
reason I don't want to go.
Yeah. The whole communism.
Hey, Dunaway, are you still a big Yellowstone fan?
It hadn't been on in a while, but yes.
Did you watch the 1883 prequel?
I have not watched any of that yet.
My wife said she heard it's good.
Okay, well, if you like that, the creator, Taylor Sheridan, of both Yellowstone and 1883, they've got a new one coming out, and it's going to stick with the Dutton family. This one's called 1932. We'll jump a few decades into the future for this new show. Taylor Sheridan taking us back to the days, Western expansion, Prohibition, and the Great Depression.
So is it? But it's the same family.
Who can we? Kenny Chesney going to be in this one?
I personally think I would like the 1930 one better than I would the 1883 one.
But it's all the same family? I mean, it's still...
Yeah, I mean, so
it's a Dutton family along the years.
Yeah, like from, I think, 18... The Samuel L. Carey is probably a great-grandfather, maybe?
No, I don't think he's a
grandfather.
Dutton.
Was he not?
It's the country music singer is
Tim McGraw.
Is the Dutton.
Okay.
Yeah, I think the other guy's a former general who's just leading him across the West.
Okay.
If I got the trailer correctly.
So in the Philippines, Banwa Private Island had its soft opening back in May of 2019. It boasted a nightly rate of $100,000.
That's a little steep.
The luxury resort offered 6 oceanfront beach villas, spacious jacuzzis, and infinity pools. That's in addition to 12 garden rooms with panoramic views of the island. The grounds were replete with everything from spas to elevated bar lounges, and guests had access to get jet skis and yachts.
Is that $100G a night, Lance?
$100,000 a night, Brown. Then came pandemic-related closure in 2020 when the resort reopened in May of 2021, greatly reduced its cost. New nightly rate, $45,000.
Okay, we got a bargain.
That's awesome. That's pretty good.
Now, more than in half, Rockstar.
Reduced rate is part of the resort's effort to revamp its reputation as the world's most expensive resort. Now, according to an insider here, quote, "We don't want to claim the title right now," the resort's marketing consultant, Judith Los Benos, told Insider on a video call. "We had a different team when it launched who wanted to market it as the most expensive. We now want to pull it back a little bit. Discounted price comes with a minimum 3-night stay, which means you're still going to have to shell out at least $135,000.
Does that look like a $45,000 room to you?
That's a great view. My dad refuses to accept the Verbo rate. Like if he's booking a place for vacation, refuses to accept it. He's always going to contact the owner to see if he can negotiate a better rate, right? Do you think you could do that here? Like, I don't know.
Well,
$45,000 a night.
Does the old man have? Does he have luck doing this?
He's got a good track record.
Really?
Yeah.
So
my dad's very persuasive.
So all of a sudden, it's you're cutting out the Verbo what they're getting paid if you go straight to the guy.
Which, by the way, their fees are way too
Their
much.
fees are crazy, man.
Yeah.
I mean, my dad will be like,
I have worked a deal out
heavy.
just cash for the owner.
Yeah, I mean,
they've got family that they can use.
And my dad will say, I'm looking at your bookings here. You got 3 weeks open in July. Probably would help to have us in one of those weeks. We're right here in May. You think you're going to book all 3 of those weeks?
Dunaway doesn't like that.
No, it's disapproving not.
No.
You're suggesting my dad.
I'm trying hard not to. I mean, I'm a horrible negotiator. I'm trying hard not to say yes already.
Yeah, Dunaway.
I pay sticker price.
Dunaway calls back and says, "I'll pay double."
I pay sticker price. I really want that July. Lock me in.
Hey, so when it comes to our names, we initially have no say in the matter as they're picked by the parents, obviously.
Can I got to point something out. Can you bring the picture back up? The last one. That's a womb chair.
Well, absolutely, it is.
Without the ottoman.
Yeah. And much like ours, nobody's sitting in it.
Yeah, it is.
Just wanted to make that point. Same color as ours.
So when it comes to names, we've got no say in the matter, right? But as we get older, start to make our own choices, we can decide to change our names if we so desire. I don't think I've known anybody personally that's ever changed their name. Have you guys?
Oh, I can't think of anybody offhand, no.
And in our business, you would think that you probably would know somebody.
Well, I know
right?
people in our business that have gone by a different name. I don't think they legally changed it.
Oh, okay.
Like we worked with 2 recently.
Like Joe Hunk wasn't really Joe Hunk. It was something else. It was shortened.
Hunkapillar.
Hunkapillar is his last name.
Yeah, so he shortened it.
It's like calling you Jimmy Dunn. That's it.
We had 2 former coworkers at another station that our company owned, that Cumulus owned back in the day, that were well known by a different name than theirs.
So Coyote J is not his birth name.
Yeah, Luca probably wasn't her real name, right?
Yeah, I really don't know.
I didn't grow up with her in Coleman. I don't know.
Anyway, this chick decided to change her name. Her name now, she went from Marie Naisbitt to Marie Unicorn Sparkles.
Yeah.
This is a mother, by the way.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. If she gets married, she's going to keep that name, too.
Married.
She also decided to ditch dark clothing and dye her hair in vibrant, multicolored shades.
That's right.
Harper broke it to me the other day. She may want to start going by Catherine.
Is that one of her names?
That's her first name.
I may want to. I haven't decided yet.
I went to
throw it out there.
Pick up little man. He wanted Taco Bell Friday for lunch, so I went to pick him up. And so I decided to grab something too. And the Mexican pizza's not back.
Well, it's a rumor that it's coming back. I've heard reports. Yeah.
Well, you know what is back?
What's
the
that?
Klondike Choco Taco is coming back. I don't remember the Choco
never
Taco.
a big fan.
I've never had one, but I've always wanted
Damn, it
one.
looks pretty good.
Hey, is that caramel in there, Rockstar?
It's caramel. It's a waffle and a coated with chocolate. It's pretty much like Klondike bar.
I'd eat the heck out of
So
that.
it's a 7-year absence. It's been off the menu. They're only going to do this at 20 locations in L.A. and Milwaukee starting February 17th. Why L.A. and Milwaukee? I get L.A., I guess, because it's obviously one of the top 2 markets, but Milwaukee.
Milwaukee is a weird one.
So the Klondike Choco Taco is pretty much exactly what it sounds like. Chocolatey dessert, fudge swirled ice cream topped with peanuts for an extra crunch.
How many of those to wipe off 6 steaks?
Well, we got to go to Milwaukee first.
Yeah,
You can buy, but can't you get a Choco Taco at the store, though?
It's not the same. It's not the same.
Not the same? Lance
I'm
would
sure we
complain.
can come up
That's
with
not big enough.
Oh, that's a Choco Mini.
That's exactly what would happen. If he came up with a number, they'd get here and they'd be like,
Oh.
they'd be like this.
No, I can't
No, they
believe
really
it.
would be.
They really would be.
Everybody shortens on the food now. If you're up to doing some kind of challenge this week, we can do it.
I don't
Yeah,
know
let's
if I can
do
do
it.
it this
Absolutely.
week. I don't
Well,
know if I
we've
can
got a
do it.
sponsor coming up. Can you work one out with them?
I'm not sure I can do it this
Wednesday.
week.
I'll tell you what, the end of the show, 10 laps around the building, I'll wipe 2.
In
I'll
the
wipe
rain?
No.
It's raining outside.
No. I'm not going to do it. Not going to do it.
Okay.
The last one, I was on a great roll, ready for summer, get my weight just right.
Oh, God.
And that one set me back a little bit. I'm just now worked to get back where I was.
When's the weight training start, though?
It's always tomorrow.
Okay.
It's always tomorrow somewhere.
Final story here on trash. More old people from Facebook. You got picks to this.
Oh, these are things they say? Okay.
Yeah, the first one, the movie Indiana in a Cabinet was a favorite with my son.
Indiana in a cupboard?
Yeah, Indiana Cupboard, which is that's like Dunaway, Indiana in a cabinet.
It's that movie.
Isn't Anthony Kiedis in it? Is it Anthony Kiedis in it?
No.
Who's the Indian?
It's a little guy. It's a little fella. I don't think it's Anthony
Well,
Kiedis.
it's not a real little fella. I think it's a rock star, I think. Seriously, Indian in the Cupboard. I think
little sweet.
I think the Indian is actually I think he's a rocker, seriously.
Like
I've
an
never seen
actual-
it. Yeah, like seriously a rock and roll star. I'm almost positive.
Rockstar's pulling it up.
A Lightfoot.
Lightfoot.
How about
Lightfoot
that?
is an
Maybe
actual
I am
Indian.
totally wrong on that then.
Yep.
I didn't know Richard Jenkins is in it. He's a good actor.
David Keith's in it, too.
David Keith, big Tennessee fan.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, here's another more old people from Facebook. We've got picks for this. I have 2 last wishes. Number 1, I want my ashes scattered around Disneyland. Number 2, I don't want to be cremated. Now we have an update to this.
A person commented.
My spouse wanted to be cremated, so we granted her wish. Her ashes container was at the foot of the altar and was buried at the National Cemetery just like an ordinary corpse.
Oh.
Some guy makes a joke and then somebody didn't take it for real.
Yeah.
He's like, well, actually, I know somebody who's cremating.
Technically, yeah. That's Will Actually, guys, what we call them on Twitter.
How about this one? Today, I watched Waterman on my computer in my living room in a comfortable chair and my earphones. What a hunk of a man, Jason Momoa. Beautiful movie, fantastic soundtrack, just like being in the theater. Many, many more to come my way.
He's talking about...
not Aquaman.
Aquaman.
Aquaman called him Waterman?
Yeah, called him Jason Momoa. His name's
Momoa.
It's a good-looking hunk, man.
And finally, this one in a text message. Kid Rock came out with a new song. It's called We the People. LOL, all caps. Hope your dad is okay. I buried my uncle today. See you on Saturday if you can come.
So much. It just takes a turn.
Priority. Kid Rock's new song, 1. Hope your dad's okay, 2. Buried my uncle, 3. See you Saturday, 4.
That's right.
And that is Trash Today, brought to you by
our friends at Mortgage Right. Great friends of the show for a long time. Hey, look, and if you're in the looking to get a little cash out on the refi, everybody knows money does not grow on trees. Doesn't mean it isn't growing beneath the floorboards of your home. Mortgage Right can help you out with the cash out refinance for whatever needs funding in your future. Head on over to mortgageright.com/TNR.
And this hour of the show being brought to you by our friends at Champy's World Famous Chicken, open for lunch right now. Try the poor boys or just settle for that great, great Southern fried chicken plate, Mississippi Delta recipe tamales, and all the great food. Champy'sChicken.com. You can't beat it. 119 in Alabaster.
Everything Next Round is on demand now in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the poor boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe, homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
Hey, Vulcan here. A century of reaching for the stars has taught me a lot. For one, your arm gets really stiff, but it is cast iron. For two, the stars not only fell on Alabama, they opened a First Bank branch in Homewood with local banking stars and community banking with a 5-star rating. Big banks? First Bank outshines them hands down. Hands down. That would be a relief.
First Bank, now open at 404 Hollywood Boulevard. Member FDIC.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
Hey, it's Jim Dunaway. Let me take a second to talk about my friend Greg from Pell City and his company, Storm Restoration Roofing. He's the owner, and it's been locally owned for over 20 years. Insurance companies love Greg, and that's going to benefit you, the customer. Storm Restoration Roofing is A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and they'll give you a free no-cost inspection. No obligation, no cost. 205-542-3531. 542-3531, or look up Greg from Pell City on Facebook. It's Greg Nelson and Storm Restoration Roofing.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, two things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
Support the show and grab some great t-shirts and hoodies right now in the Next Round store. Buy the Alabama State map shirts in your team's favorite colors, the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest, or Next Round flag shirts are also online now. Just go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store. The traditional Next Round logo shirts are there too. Buy them for yourself, or they make a great gift for someone else. And let us know what you'd like to see in the store coming up. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Rockstar here to give you my Way to Wellness update. I have already lost 5 pounds after only a couple of weeks on the program. I'm already a third of the way to my goal weight. This program works. What program, you ask? Why, it's Way to Wellness. Way to Wellness partners with each patient to develop a treatment plan tailored to their individual needs, focusing on weight loss and reducing the health risks associated with obesity. Join our challenge at nextroundlive.com or learn more about Way to Wellness at aplanforme.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor here with the Next Round. A message from our friends at New Balance Birmingham. It's still cold weather, so it may seem a little harder to stay healthy and get the exercise you need. Cardio will help build your immune system. Throw on a jacket, get outside, take a brisk walk or jog, or stay inside. Walk or run on the treadmill or go to the gym, but you need to get a proper fitting shoe to get the most out of your exercise. The fit specialist at the New Balance Birmingham store, they can help. Visit them today. The New Balance store on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. New Balance Birmingham for the perfect fit every time.
Show being brought to you today by our friends at Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda Variety Pack with 4 classic flavors: classic cola, cherry cola, citrus soda, and orange soda that pop, each with 0 sugar and only 100 calories, available wherever you buy beer. Working our way to the top of the hour, Auburn is number 3 in the country in the new AP basketball poll. And another situation that's out there in college athletics is the NCAA Division I board. And it's headed by Georgia's Jerry Moorhead, and they have recommended a reevaluation of the name, image, and likeness. They want to go and see if any NCAA rules are being broken. They're getting reports that some of the NIL is causing some undue pressures and problems with student athletes, according to them.
Of course they are.
For some, I would imagine there is some issues out there. Not everybody is handling their money well or the business side of this well. They can add a little extra stress in your life. And the problem that they are focusing on is how boosters are involved in this on the front end and using it in recruiting. Now, I always knew that the boosters would be involved in this, But you can't tell me that this has played out exactly the way you thought it would play out.
It hasn't, but it also, I don't think, has been just disastrous for college football. I think we need to wait a little more time before we start assuming that and start trying to, quote unquote, fix it. What this screams more to me is the NCAA did not want this to happen. So they buried their head on it. They were hoping Congress would deal with it. Congress doesn't deal with anything well. So it happened, and now the NCAA's got to make it look as bad as possible because they didn't want it to begin with. So if they can make it look bad, that gives them a chance to wrestle back some of the power.
Yeah, I would agree with you. I think this thing came together so quickly. You know, my thing is now that it's here, you've got to have some responsibility for the athletes. I mean, it's almost like you're taking a minimum of 12 hours per semester. You know, one of those courses needs to be money management.
Yeah.
I mean, you've got these rookie symposiums where you tell NFL players, you know, hey, this is the way you actually balance a portfolio. I think the same needs to be done. If you've got the ability, the access to finances now, you need to have some responsibility with it.
Yeah, but here's where I think they're looking at and where I thought this was going to go. I think they're looking at what are the boosters doing and what are the boosters getting in return. I always thought that, now listen, I thought they would overpay to do it, but for instance, if a quarterback was going to get paid X amount of dollars, they'd have to like do commercials for a car dealership or a clothing line or a resort or something, and we would be, you know, they'd have commercials on television or on our platform or something. I thought there would have to be a hard trace of I'm getting paid this amount of money to do this thing, and I don't see a lot of that anywhere. I mean, there's a lot of we're just putting together this business model in Tennessee or at Texas A&M or Alabama, Georgia, and we're going to pay the player this amount of money, and maybe he'll do something down the road.
But there are also sophisticated ways of non-traditional advertising that can be done, and I don't suspect any of these old dudes to understand that either. You know, a company could pay Bryce Young to do things that you don't even see as an old guy that isn't on Twitter. Social media stuff like that you don't see, and you're like, well, I never see him do TV commercials.
Yeah.
Well, that doesn't mean he's not earning his money.
But I said that a couple of weeks ago.
But how is the booster paying him to do social media posts? I mean, that's on his own. He can make money, or she can make money off of social media on her own without the boosters involved.
But if it is the booster's company, that's my point.
Okay, yes.
Yeah, just because the booster's involved doesn't necessarily make it wrong.
Well, that would be an endorsement still. That's what we're talking about, endorsements.
Yeah, but I'm saying, but it's also not some obvious, well, I don't see him doing TV commercials for the boosters company. Well, but I mean, that doesn't mean he's not also earning his money for said booster.
Yeah, so that's where this is coming from. Kirby Smart was outspoken in a recent interview as well. He doesn't like how it's being used in recruiting, and that was one of the top 3 classes in America. We've heard Nick Saban talk about it already, top 2 class in America, and we heard Jimbo Fisher say he wasn't using it for recruiting, and they had the best class in America.
Yeah.
So that's a lot of that right there. But it's the NCAA, and they're going to at least take a look at it and see what they can do. But like a lot of you are saying, you can't put the toothpaste back in the bottle there after you squeeze it out of the tube, if you will. All right, top of the hour here. One more hour to go. Dan Wetzel is part of that on the Juwan Howard situation and the incident between Michigan and Wisconsin coming up. Queen Elizabeth and Justin Bieber have something in common. Queen Elizabeth.
They're both hanging in my bedroom pictures.
Queen Elizabeth is 95. Justin Bieber is 27. Both diagnosed with COVID-19 over the weekend. Ironically, neither one of them with any serious symptoms, which when you're 95 years old, that was when I saw the headline, I had to click on the story.
I've still got a buddy that hides out from this stuff, and I'm trying to tell him, man, Queen Elizabeth II's got it.
Right. Yeah. I mean, if she survives it, though.
Yeah, 95 and just common cold right now for her, so that's a good thing for her at this point. Part of our show being brought to you today by our friends at Cowan Equipment. Poll questions are out there. LT, tell us about Cowan as we hit the top of the hour here.
Dunaway, if you're having a hard time finding that new plastic on the seat piece of heavy equipment, check out Cowan Equipment's rental fleet hit list for a wide range of well-maintained equipment from the rental fleet. For sale now, visit cowan.com/featured used equipment or call 800-239-COWAN for more information.
Rockstar on Twitter @RockstarBHM.
Hey, Next Round listeners, I'm ESPN's Lauren Sisler. You know, after a very busy football season, I'm ready to get some projects done around the house. And the first thing on my list is getting a new roof. I personally know the guys over at Cardinal Roofing, and I know I can count on them to be honest and to get the job done. Maybe you don't need a full roof replacement, but maybe just a tune-up to give you peace of mind going into the summer months. Call Cardinal Roofing for a no-cost, no-commitment, and honest inspection of your roof. For any of your residential or commercial roofing needs, make sure you choose this longtime Birmingham company, Cardinal Roofing. Find us at cardinal-roof.com.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
At Culver's, we cook our butter burgers pretty much the same as you would at home. Only our 3-cut blend of fresh beef will do. Then you'll need to master our signature press and sear technique. You may want to practice a few thousand times. Add real Wisconsin cheese, top with a lightly buttered toasted bun, and serve yourself with a big warm smile.
Better yet, come to Culver's and leave the whole cook-to-order butter burger thing to us. Welcome to Delicious.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. And if you're like me, you probably added an inch or two to your waistline over the holidays. If Santa didn't put new shoes under your tree, it's time to treat yourself so you can walk or run those extra pounds off. Make your New Year's resolution to get out and exercise. At the New Balance Birmingham store, get the perfect fitting shoe to motivate you. Shop the New Balance Birmingham store on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A.
The Iron Bowl.
Jordan Hare Stadium behind us that saw a classic Iron Bowl, 24-22. The Crimson Tide holds on and wins in overtime.
The SEC Championship.
It is the SEC Roadshow Saturday morning in Atlanta.
The College Football Playoff.
It's our Cotton Bowl special from Dallas, Texas. We are live now.
The National Championship.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown with you up here in Indianapolis. We're at the Playoff Fans Central.
The next round, you'll find us where the big games are played.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
New hour of the show, final hour. Dan Wetzel in 35 minutes. We'll talk to Dan about the incident between Michigan and Wisconsin. And it has been a talking point in the nation for about the last 24 hours or so on what will happen to head coach Juwan Howard at Michigan, what the Big Ten or Michigan will do as far as suspension, and what could happen for members of the Wisconsin staff and then the players from both teams after that scene yesterday. The rest of your headlines right now brought to you by the great folks at New Life Art, and we have cranked up the website today. It is open for your T-shirt submissions.
Yes, can't wait to see the creativity from the Next Round viewers and listeners. New Life Art bringing memorable sports moments by Daniel A. Moore for over 40 years. Call 1-800-735-2787 for more information, or check out his incredible work today. Go to danielmooreart.com. So they just go to our website, directions, the ability to submit. It's up there right there. Yeah.
Looks like that right there. Yeah, and you go and click on that, and you can follow it all right there, and how you submit it all from our friends at New Life Art. And listen, we have a logo, so we don't necessarily need logo T-shirts. We have a ton of those. We're looking for you to be really creative, and it doesn't, if you want it to be sort of humorous, I guess it can. It's your creation. I don't think me getting flipped over a car is necessarily a great T-shirt design, but
it could be.
Yeah, let's let the audience judge on that.
Yeah, I guess me flat on the ground with a car.
You never know.
Yeah, especially if LT and Brown are in the car.
Interpretation. Oh,
yeah, that becomes fun. Yeah, that'd be hilarious. Some people, Danny. It was actually Danny Moore back in the early days. It wasn't early days, but it was College Game Day was on campus. It was Daniel Moore did a caricature of Fowler, Corso, and Herb Street on the game day set outside of Denny Chimes back in, I think it's either the 90s or the early 2000s. And Daniel Moore did this great caricature drawing of them. Maybe it wasn't Danny. Maybe it was another artist.
Maybe it wasn't them.
Yeah.
Maybe it was me at the fair.
You know what?
Maybe it was Spock and Captain Kirk.
Yeah. And they were on a planet.
It was me and the family at Fuddruckers.
Yeah, well, I had some people who sent it to us, and I was trying to remember all the story there.
I was like, one thing I know is Gene Stallings had a firm ass handshake.
Caricatures of us. You don't have to be that either, but whatever you want it to be. Be creative, and we appreciate that. The headlines include Auburn losing down at Florida. They're still number 3 in the AP poll. Bruce Pearl talking right now about his team and whether or not a loss was needed. Do you buy into that kind of we needed a loss and other things coming out of that defeat down in Gainesville?
There's a narrative surfacing that it's good for a team like Auburn that's had so much success to lose before the SEC tournament. Do you buy into that?
No. I don't see that. I don't know who said that. If we were undefeated or something, maybe okay. But no, I'm not buying into it. Florida played well. They did, especially in the second half, give Florida all the credit for us not playing well. And Florida forced us into not playing well. So Florida gets all the credit.
So Florida, with that win, it was a big win. New bracketology out in its entirety tomorrow morning from Joe Lunardi, but they are back into the conversation. Alabama is safely in the NCAA tournament, but they lose at Kentucky in an opportunity when they were shooting well early on in Kentucky without 2 of their guards, their starting guards, not playing. It was an opportunity for Alabama, and they end up losing 90-81 at Rupp Arena. Keon Ellis had a big game. But for Alabama, it's been pretty simple this year. The offensive numbers are better than they've ever been. If you just look at stats, the offensive stats are really, really good. The defense is really, really bad at times.
That's crazy.
And that's what Nate Oates talked about after the loss at Kentucky.
The defensive things, the main issue here. Like, why our defense is so bad on the road sometimes, I don't know. But it's, at times it's been okay. At Mississippi State, we played good defense. We just couldn't finish the game with the rebounding. So, if we don't guard Vanderbilt, we can't win at Vanderbilt if we don't play better defense. So, got to get guys to play a lot harder is what we got to do.
That's the problematic thing, as I said that earlier, and there's Nate Oates saying it feels like an effort issue, and I just don't know why that's the case. I don't know, but the weird thing is they play so much better defense at home. Like Paul, one of our listeners, I think he said on Twitter to us after the weekend, they play so much better defensively at home and shoot like crap. They shoot so much better on the road and don't play any defense.
Yeah, and you would think you could play defense travels.
Well, you would think you play that anywhere.
Yeah, and the shooting, you would think you'd be so much more
better
comfortable
at home, but they're better on the road.
And usually if you shoot well, hasn't Wimp told us before, you shoot well, you play better defense.
That's what you would think, but that doesn't translate on the road for Alabama for whatever reason. I mean, they've shot well on the road. Technically, they shot it well from beyond the arc at Auburn and almost got run out of the gym. They shot it well at Kentucky. I don't know. It's a hard team to figure out, man.
I would love to see those of you that watch Alabama on a consistent basis. Do you think are they settling for more threes and not as good threes this year? Do they look lazier on offense? Are they not shooting the same type of threes? Are they just not falling like they were last year? Are they driving to the basket as much? Because the statistics say this offense is fine. The numbers are better than they were last year. The offense just doesn't feel like it felt last year. And maybe it's because the defense isn't turning over other teams, leading to runouts and easy transition buckets. I don't know. I know what the numbers tell me offensively, but I also know what my eyes see when I'm watching them, and it just doesn't feel the same way as it did last year.
I mean, I don't think they're bad shots in that they don't feel like anyway. I'm not sitting at home charting the shots. It doesn't seem like they take a ton of contested threes.
No, I think the shot selection, I think it's fine. I think it's the fact that Quinterly has really, really regressed as a perimeter shooter, and Shackelford's just really inconsistent. If Quinterly was back to his form last year, Shackelford was more consistent. J.D. Davison, I think people thought his outside shot was going to be a little bit better. I mean, he's a sub 30% shooter right now from the perimeter. So I think there's a lot of factors. It's just not a good perimeter shooting team, and there is no consistency at all.
Okay, now the two other big questions going on in basketball. UAB, a tough loss at home, by the way, as well. Samford with a big win. They're in action tonight, and Jack State with a big win over the weekend. Alabama softball still unbeaten. They swept the Bama Bash. Auburn only lost to number 3 UCLA. So great softball being played in the state. And Auburn only lost, I believe, to Oklahoma. Then they beat a really good Texas Tech and Kansas State out there in baseball. Alabama swept Xavier. And Casey Dunn made his debut at UAB with a sweep of Northwestern. So that's all your other sports going on as well. Two other things in basketball right now off of what happened between Michigan and Wisconsin. And one of them is up on our screen number 3 right now. We'll get to that one second. The other one was, and it was on the same show on First Take with Stephen A., is where I saw it being asked. Stephen A. and them were debating, should Juwan Howard be fired for that incident that happened? I personally don't think so. Do you think he should be fired?
I do not.
You do not. Brownie?
I do not, but as Lance said, with his issue with Mark Turgeon in last year's Big Ten tournament, this is now becoming somewhat of a trend. Yeah, he did not start this, but his reaction was pretty bad. I mean, at some point, you got to say, Juwan, we cannot continue to have these types of discussions.
Yeah.
I don't think he should be fired, but maybe it is strike 2.
I think it is time to maybe look into, and I'm not one of these guys, sensitivity training and anger management, but he looks like an angry dude at times. And you saw last year's situation with Turgeon. You saw yesterday. I think he's going to be suspended, my opinion, probably the rest of the season. A lot of people like you think it's going to be just rest of the regular season, and maybe they meet in between and he goes through the Big Ten tournament. But I do think that there's got to be some deep discussions with Juwan Howard because, man, the older you get, the more passive you should be, right? And you're an example for these kids.
But you said it yourself. I think they were a 1 seed last year, right?
They were.
They were a 1 seed last year. Now it's going to be hard for them right now to make the tournament. I'll see when the new bracketology comes out tomorrow.
They're not even projected right now.
Yeah, I thought they were. Last I saw last week, I thought they were just in, and now they're just out, and maybe they're all the way out now.
Yeah.
So, trending not to make the NCAA tournament. So that comes with enough frustration if you go from a 1 seed to nothing else. Is that Juwan's kid right there? I'm watching the replay there. Is his kid on the team?
I need to look at a roster. That was one of the pieces of speculation was that the assistant from Wisconsin said something to Juwan's kid. I have not watched them enough to know if Juwan's kid is on the team. There is I'll give you if you'll give me 2 seconds, I'll tell you.
Yeah.
Jace Howard, which I do believe is his son. I was going to try to tell you his number. So he's number 25.
Okay. Next time I see that video run by, I will take a look at it. I mean, that's the basketball atmosphere. And this is a video from KOW, I believe, is the affiliate up there. Yes, KOW, WKOW. And you see the altercation going on, and player and assistant coach really get close, and that's when Juwan steps in and throws that long-reaching swipe at the head of the assistant coach for Wisconsin. And I do think there'll be some suspensions for Wisconsin. But Dick Vitale turns the page and he says, its time has come to eliminate the line after games of shaking hands. Too many incidents.
Too many incidents.
I can't think of a.
I can't.
Give me the
remember.
last one before this.
Boy, we are just so knee jerk in the moment.
We
And again,
are.
I go back 2018 NFC Championship game. Terrible call. Nickel Roby, the pass interference that wasn't called against the Saints. Next year, we decide to review pass interference for one situation.
Yeah.
And now we're talking about this one situation we're going to get rid of. What is a good sign of sportsmanship?
College football overtime. We changed it all because of that A&M Texas game, which is such an outlier.
A&M LSU.
And we ruined that.
Yeah.
But we see it in football occasionally. At the end of a game, everyone's shaking hands, and sometimes that's when a fight breaks out. What if we're just leaving the court? If people want to fight, they're going to fight.
Right.
It's not going to happen when we're shaking hands here. This happened because, Juwan was going to tell him, listen, I'm going to remember that. I'm going to remember that. Payback is, what, I'm going to remember that. And then the coach, grabbing Juwan and wanting to say his piece, and then, other people gathered around, and it escalated into what it escalated in. I feel like that would have happened with or without a handshake line. And I'm like you. I don't think you knee jerk and change handshake lines or anything over that incident.
I'll have to say, though.
I mean, my goodness, where are we if we can't control ourselves enough to do handshakes?
Yeah, I think that's silly.
On a massive scale.
Yeah.
I mean, you're going to have incidents.
I did not like the way Greg Gard handled himself. Obviously, he had a role in escalating this, right?
Yes.
But even after everything happened, and we've shown the video a lot, and if you'll notice, and you pointed this out to me earlier, and you're spot on, if you'll notice, the two teams are fighting. Greg Gard just backs off and watches.
That's right.
Your guys are in there fighting. You're not trying to pull guys out and break the fight up. And then as Juwan Howard is walking to the locker room, Greg Gard's giving him the, I'll be right here. I'll be right here.
I'm right here, standing in the middle of the court.
Greg
I'm right
Gard's
here.
giving him the, if they weren't holding me back, man. And Scott's showing the video again.
Yeah.
The fight is going on, and Greg Gard's just standing out near midcourt watching. He's a spectator. And as you watch, he's telling Juwan Howard, I'm right here. I'm right here. Yeah, I mean, Juwan Howard would wipe the floor with that guy. Give me a break. I forever changed.
And then tells the officer, get him off the floor.
That's
Get him
right.
off the floor.
And then we got a guy that wants to go sing Victory or whatever.
Varsity. Got to go sing Varsity.
Come on, boys.
Let's go
Come
sing
on.
Varsity. We got to sing Varsity.
We're singing Varsity.
I forever changed my opinion of two coaches based on one incident.
Me too.
And it was Mick Cronin and the cat that just got fired at Louisville, Chris Mack. You remember when Xavier and Cincinnati had that
Cronin handled it
massive
the
brawl?
right way. Chris Mack did not.
Chris Mack tried to dismiss it, was incredulous that the media would ask about his role in it or his team's role in it. He was just a turd in the postgame. And Cronin basically said, this is not who we are. I am embarrassed for my school, for my team, and for me. And I completely changed the way I thought about those two guys.
And I thought Juwan Howard, maybe not enough time to cool down yesterday, throwing him on the podium immediately after the game. I thought we would get that from Howard today, and maybe we still do.
Maybe we do, but I'm telling you, I had no opinion on Greg Gard. I don't really care. He's the Wisconsin basketball coach. But I tell you what, I don't respect him for the way he handled the aftermath of it. All of that happened. You're just standing out there as a spectator.
Yeah.
After the fight breaks out, and you're telling Juwan Howard, "I'll be right here. I'll be right here."
I mean, that was a weak look. It was a weak look.
Yeah, I don't respect that guy.
They've been singing Varsity since over a century, and it goes like this. Varsity, varsity, ooh, rah, rah, Wisconsin. Praise to thee we sing. Praise to thee our alma mater. Ooh, rah, rah, Wisconsin.
Man.
Do they sing it in defeat, too?
Yeah.
I hope they got to sing that one.
Varsity. We got to sing Varsity. Come on.
We're going to go sing Varsity. That's what he kept saying.
Yeah. It's an interesting situation, and at this hour, nothing has been decided as they continue to evaluate all sides. We'll see what happens there. When we come back, LT has our 3 and out today. Dan Wetzel is 20 minutes away, and he has some thoughts on what has gone on with Juwan Howard and the I mean, he's not a guy that was going to get fired for missing the tournament this year. They
No.
were a 1 seed last year.
No.
So
He's
they're
only in year
not looking for a
3.
reason to fire him.
Yeah, look, I think they have massively. When you've got a guy like Dickinson, a 7-1 guy that's supposed to be better this year, and he's played well. This is a team that, they're missing. Wagner's off last year. Livers is a guy that's gone. Still, it should be a better team than they are right now. But again, tough Big Ten. It's just having a down year, but no. But if this was another coach, how about this? This is a pickup game on Auburn's campus at the rec center 2 weeks ago.
Brian Harsin found a guy to the wall.
He throws a punch at just some random dude.
Done.
He's done.
Yeah, if it's a guy they wanted to fire, they would have fired him with no buyout.
If this is a coach that is on the hot seat, this is your easy way out.
That's it.
But Juwan Howard does not deserve to be fired.
Yeah, and I agree with that. Even Mike White before the win over Auburn, if this had happened in a Florida game and they were looking for a buyout, he'd be one guy that would be a guy that you could be looking at.
I mean, Tom Crean's the best example. He'd have been fired today. He's going to be fired anyway. They would have fired him today with no buyout if Tom Crean had done the same thing.
I would agree. And they're waiting to fire him anyway.
Well, he'll be fired.
Yeah. They've got some incidents going on. We had some folks that went by the new barbecue place with our friends at High Point, and they sent us pictures over those, and we retweeted that at next round. The barbecue.
Creekside Barbecue.
Creekside. Slipped my mind right there.
So good.
Yeah, did see a lot of pictures, man. And if you're looking,
and guess what? One of the pictures, they didn't go barbecue. They followed our lead and went cheeseburger on us.
The burger was so good. And look, we appreciate Connor and everybody bringing by the barbecue last week, the incredible sides. But if you're looking for great barbecue, located right there, it is what exit is that?
That is the Oak Mountain Amphitheater exit, what I call it, but that's 119 and 65.
Yeah, I-65 Oak Mountain exit. They've got that huge outdoor deck overlooking the creek, several TVs, and, of course, the incredible food. Creekside Barbecue, you need to check it out. Incredible sauces, too. Not just one sauce. They had the mustard base. They had the white sauce.
That's right. And it's right there, perfect if you're going to a Bulls game, if you're golfing or camping at Oak Mountain State Park, if you're going to a concert at the amphitheater. It's all right there, just off I-65 and 119. And thanks for all of you going and checking out our sponsors and sending us pictures. We love that when that happens. When we come back, LT's got 3 and out.
Follow Scott Forrester on Twitter at Scott Forrester TV.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. I'm absolutely loving my Alfa Romeo Stelvio that I've been in for months now, and right now you can get up to $3,500 bonus cash plus 1.9% financing for 72 months on the all-new 2021 Alfa Romeo Giulias and the Stelvios at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com, 1837 Grants Mill Road, exit 27, right off of I-459.
Hello, Vulcan here. Can we talk? Sure, I'm the biggest thing in Birmingham, being 56 feet tall, but big isn't always better. It's what you're big on. Like the great community banking at First Bank's new financial center in Homewood. Their reputation for customer service towers. Bank where you stand tall, without birds perching on your head. No, they're building a nest.
First Bank, now open at 404 Hollywood Boulevard. Member FDIC.
Do you want to be a better you in 2022? Ryan Brown here for the Next Round. Let Way to Wellness help you meet that goal. They can develop a treatment plan for you tailored to your individual needs, focusing on weight loss and reducing the health risk associated with obesity. I went in for a consultation last week. Leslie and her team have taught me about snacking the right way. That's my goal. And they've got some great high-protein, low-carb options for me. What is your goal? They'll help you reach it at Way to Wellness. Join our challenge at nextroundlive.com or learn more about Way to Wellness at aplanforme.com. Wayne's Pest Control is taking pest control to the next level. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. Keep your home pest-free and rodent-free with Wayne's proprietary Smart system. Smart is a digital, eco-friendly rodent monitoring solution that tells Wayne's you have an unwanted mouse or rodent before you even know about it. Wayne's Smart Service professionals will proactively set up an appointment to take care of that problem, keeping your family and pets safe and healthy. And right now, get $60 off Smart Pet Service with the offer code TNR. Let Wayne's create your happy place. 866-WAYNES1 or call Waynes.com.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. And if you're like me, you probably added an inch or two to your waistline over the holidays. If Santa didn't put new shoes under your tree, it's time to treat yourself so you can walk or run those extra pounds off. Make your New Year's resolution to get out and exercise. At the New Balance Birmingham store, get the perfect fitting shoe to motivate you. Shop the New Balance Birmingham store on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A.
Nothing to do tonight? Wanna bet? It's nonstop gaming action at the Birmingham Racecourse Casino. You'll find the latest and greatest games featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. Wager and win on horse and greyhound races from all over the world. And try your luck on our popular sports parlay promotion. Don't miss your chance to win at the Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Located off I-459, exit 31. Must be 21 or older.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, two things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
Hey guys, Scott Forrester from The Next Round here to tell you that Way to Wellness partners with each patient to develop a treatment plan tailored to their individual needs, focusing on weight loss and reducing the health risk associated with obesity. I've lost 13 pounds in just 3 weeks. Leslie and her team have taught me how to go about reaching my goals the right way and are there to answer questions and hold me accountable along the way. Join our challenge at nextroundlive.com or learn more about Way to Wellness at aplanforme.com.
How interesting is the offseason going to be in the National Football League? LT's got 3 and out in just a second. But if you look at possible quarterbacks who could be the next Matt Stafford, give me a list of those people after you tell us about Redmont Vodka, who could leave a bad situation and go for a year, 2, 3, maybe the next Tom Brady, and go somewhere and win a championship or at least make a run. I'd love to hear if you've got 1 or 2 of those guys out there that could possibly get on the move. Redmont Vodka is the official vodka of the 2022 World Games, now about 130-plus days away.
Yeah, their aim, clarity, and taste, color, and smell. It's vodka perfection. Redmont Vodka made from corn, which not only makes it gluten-free, also provides smooth finish, doesn't have that harsh aftertaste. 8 times distilled, available at your local package store, including the Beverage Place and Pink Package, also ABC stores. Don't forget about that simple classic gin as well, Vulcan Gin. Pick up a bottle today, Redmont Vodka, Vulcan Gin.
Redmont Vodka, love those folks there. We appreciate their support of the show. Is Matt Ryan one of those guys? Can he get out of Atlanta? Is there a way maybe Atlanta would trade? Is he a guy that you think in the right situation could pull a Matt Stafford?
No.
Not at all.
Nearly as talented now in his career. Now, you go back 5 years ago, that Matt Ryan could have done it. I think this Matt Ryan, when you start to look, Brown, I think he's in the twilight of his career. Matt Ryan, to me, had a very, very average year this year. Just not a great team. He's 36 years old. He's only a couple of years older than Matt Stafford, but he just looks like his skills have really diminished.
Yeah, it feels like not enough gas left in the tank there. I mean, it's not a bad situation. Aaron Rodgers is the obvious answer to your question. He's not leaving a bad situation, though. He's leaving the number 1 seed in the event he leaves.
Well, Ian O'Connor believes, he writes for the New York Post, he believes that Tom Brady is not retired. Longtime NFL writer for New York papers, including the New York Post now. He believes Tom Brady will quarterback some other team other than Tampa Bay next year.
Now, I heard a tease this morning, and I forgot what I was watching or listening to. Was there a major rift between Bruce Arians and Tom Brady that led to Tom Brady getting out of Tampa? If that is true. Now, I didn't hear the other side.
Arians says it did not happen.
He's pushed back on it.
Arians says it did not happen, but that's Arians saying it did not happen. Tom Brady's not saying anything.
Yeah, well, look, if that did happen, then there could be a reason that Tom wanted out of Tampa, and if that's the case, where does Tom go where he believes he can win? You know, Tampa, say what you want about Tom Brady, and he had back-to-back really good years. Tampa had a really good roster.
A really good roster.
Yeah, and this is a little different from Aaron Rodgers. I believe that Aaron Rodgers can go to almost any team Really, I believe he could go to 25 teams and win a Super Bowl if things break right. I think it's a little different for Tom Brady. As good as Tom Brady is, I just don't think he's got the Aaron Rodgers skill set.
Yeah, like he's not going to go to Cleveland, but Cleveland's got a good enough roster. Tom Brady maybe could lead Cleveland to a Super Bowl.
Oh, like Tom Brady could lead the Colts to a Super Bowl.
Oh, good point.
Yeah.
Colts, and that's indoors too.
Yeah. I mean, he really could. Now, is he going to want to go to a Colts franchise where Peyton Manning was the face for so long and they had such a rivalry? I'm just throwing an example out there of an organization that is good enough to get over that hump. Denver, again, we talk about Aaron Rodgers. That would be a Peyton Manning destination too. But Denver, I think Tom Brady would be good enough to get Denver over the hump.
All right, let's do our 3 and Out today. LT's got that for us. It's brought to us by Vulcan Tires. At one point or another, everybody here on the show has benefited from the great folks at Vulcan Tires. You can too.
Well, look, with so many people driving up and down the roadways of Alabama, I get literally a text about every other week just asking me, hey, hook me up with your Vulcan Tire and Automotive guys, because they can handle anything bumper to bumper for you and your family, from the brake pads, wheel alignment, tires, and more. Stop in, see our friends, 4 locations and online, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
First down.
Okay, I mentioned both of them. Who's at their current job longer, Brian Harsin or Juwan Howard? It's a slam dunk day ago, wasn't it?
I mean, I'll
Gosh, well, I mean, Juwan Howard's got a lot of money, right, already from his NBA career.
Well, he made a ton, but again, there's certain people are spenders.
Yeah, but he's making.
Ty Burrell's broke. We saw it at Super Bowl, right?
Yeah, but he's making good. He's making good money at Michigan. A guy who's played in the NBA like he has, but he's a really good coach. I think Juwan Howard's at his current job longer than Brian Harsin.
I think I would say that too. The same people that wanted to fire Brian Harsin a week ago, 2 weeks ago, are itching to do it at the end of this upcoming season. It'll be slightly cheaper, $3 million cheaper to do it then. They won't make the same mistake twice.
Yeah, both of them will be coaching long after Tom Crean, who is having all sorts of incidents and will not be there. I'm not sure he'll see Tampa. I guess he will. Whenever
see Tampa on Tuesday night.
Whenever that $4 million comes off his buyout and cuts it down to $3 million, when he'll be out.
I'll say Georgia will say, hey, look, when you leave Tampa, you can fly any direction you want.
That's right. Just
don't head back to that.
Right.
Yeah. Here's your $3 million check.
Second down.
I put these questions together before the show this morning, so I didn't know what direction we were going to go on the show, but this is something you brought up. But what happens first? College football playoff expands or Nick Saban retires?
Well, we know there'll be no expansion for 4 years. I would say Saban retires in that 4-year
You
window.
really believe we'll go 4 years?
I mean, they just said we would. I think that all has to do with ESPN saying, no, I think we like our deal.
I still feel like the SEC can push this rock up the hill if they want to push it up the hill.
Well, it sounds like they're pushing it down the hill now.
Boy, it's pissing outside.
It's more than that.
I would say that we get some form of college football playoff expansion after Nick Saban retires.
I think Nick Saban's still going to be around. I'm just not going to doubt the guy anymore.
Yeah, that would be fantastic though if he was.
Third down.
I'm going to go to Formfolio for this one. I had one. I'll save it for another day, but I'm going to go to Chad's question. Rams win another Super Bowl with Stafford, or Brady comes back with another team?
Brady comes back with another team. Better chance.
Yeah.
I would disagree. I would go Stafford with the Rams here.
I think
Brady's done.
I believe Brady plays it's going to be a horrible look for him, though, to play for a third team.
It really will be a terrible look. And on top of that, you got to find the right destination, because the worst thing Brady can do is come back out of retirement and not win a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
It's almost like you got to reassure yourself the situation has got to be so good, I've almost got to mess this up.
How awesome would it be if he signed with the Rams for one season?
No thanks. Rather have Stafford.
But I'm telling you, the Tampa Bay thing.
You guys give me that Stafford at 34 is a better option.
Yeah,
he is. Yeah.
It didn't feel horribly bad when he put on the Tampa Bay uniform, because there's only one more, and there was something about having to prove he could do it without Belichick. Well, he's done that now. If he goes and say San Francisco to try to chase another championship,
what he needs to do is go to your Dolphins, Brown. That championship you want.
I'll take it.
Now, we would call him the greatest of all time if he could go to an organization that hasn't won a Super Bowl in 40 years.
Easy.
Fourth down.
Kelsey Grammer is 67 years old today. I've always thought a really underrated actor. Better career, Kelsey Grammer or Jim Harbaugh?
Harbaugh's been to a Super Bowl. I don't know what the acting equivalent of that is.
He's won Emmys.
Yeah.
Is Grammer in any good movie?
I don't think so.
Periscope Down. Is it Down Periscope? Yeah.
Never saw it.
He's part of the Geezer teasers now. He's been in a couple of those.
I think I'm going to go Jim Harbaugh.
But you think about Cheers, he was just a bit part, right?
Yep, but a good one. Then he got his own
a spinoff.
Yeah,
which was ultra successful.
It was a really good show.
Yeah,
it was pretty much underrated.
I'll go Jim Harbaugh.
Then he did something for Showtime. What was the Showtime?
I don't know.
He was a politician.
He was the original Geico Gecko.
Yeah, I would go Kelsey Grammer.
I'd go Jim Harbaugh. I'm going to go with Brown on that one.
Might be a good poll question.
Yep. All right, that is the 3 Now Today, brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tires.
Hey, again, if you need to get that car winterized, anything you need bumper to bumper, really wet out conditions outdoor right now, you need to get those tires checked out. Stop in. Locally owned and operated, 4 locations and online, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Jake says, will you guys have a viewer-listener bracket challenge coming up? Yeah, we'll have a bracket for you guys to compete in with winnable prizes and such. More details coming up soon right here as we get ready for March. Speaking of March, Dan Wetzel coming up on the other side right here on the next round.
Bama and Bourbon, the mystery 5th hour. Jimmy Buckets, available in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
If you missed Johnston RV Center's big Decatur RV show last week, don't worry. We will continue the sale this weekend at the Coleman RV Show. Same great deals, huge selections to choose from, and special financing are available this Friday, February 25th through Sunday, February 27th. It's your time to buy now and save. And as always, a lifetime warranty on all new RVs. Come see us this Friday through Sunday at the Coleman RV Show, right off I-65, exit 304. For more information, check us out at johnstonrvcenter.com.
Everybody makes New Year's resolutions. This year, how about a suggestion for the best resolution ever? If you're buying a new home or selling yours, use Holly Mack Wilson. Let a true experienced professional help you. Holly gets her clients' homes sold quickly and usually for more than asking price. Let Holly Mack Wilson help you buy with confidence and sell with success. Make the best resolution ever and call Holly Mack Wilson today. 205-901-9446. That's 205-901-9446. Holly Mack Wilson, a Tuscaloosa Keller Williams agent.
This hour of the next round is brought to you by Cardinal Roofing, your home for financing one-day jobs and over 500 five-star reviews. Call them today, 205-900-ROOF, and mention the next round to get a discount on your next roof replacement.
With college football coming to a close, the work doesn't stop for LancesLock.com. College hoops, the NBA, the NFL playoffs, all the way through the Super Bowl. If there is action out there, we've got action on it. Get on board with us. It's the greatest deal in the history of sports gambling at only $90 a month. That breaks down to $3 a day, and you get it all. Basketball, football, baseball, and more. Go to LancesLock.com to subscribe. If you're tired of losing, start playing and win with us. LancesLock.com. Again, go online, LancesLock.com. Sweeten your day with a dessert from Cookie Dough Magic. Their shop's locally owned in Birmingham, Trussville, and Huntsville, and offer 13 flavors of edible cookie dough, milkshakes, sundaes, and more. Visit a location today or order online, mycookiedoughmagic.com.
The Iron Bowl.
Jordan Hare Stadium behind us that saw a classic Iron Bowl, 24-22. The Crimson Tide holds on and wins in overtime.
The SEC Championship.
It is the SEC Road Show Saturday morning in Atlanta.
The College Football Playoff.
It's our Cotton Bowl special from Dallas, Texas. We are live now.
The National Championship.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown with you up here in Indianapolis with the Playoff Fans Central.
The next round, you'll find us where the big games are played.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride. Whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round, Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
Back with you on TNR. Part of our show today being brought to you by our friends at Michelson Laser Vision.
Hey, 2022 could be the year you need to find out if LASIK is right for you. Make the call, 969-8100. Ask for Amy. Tell her the Next Round sent you. They're going to hook you up with a hassle-free consultation to find out if LASIK is right for you. I still have 2015 vision. Got the procedure done almost 20 years ago. 2015 vision, better than 2020. Dr. Maureen Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson. Call today. Michelson Laser Vision, conveniently located UAB Highlands. Call 969-8100 or online, michelsonlaservision.com.
Ush says it is Kelsey Grammer, and it's not even close. Not even close.
Gino says, and I don't know which one these are, Kelsey has produced two of the best shows in black entertainment television, but he has range. I don't know what Kelsey has produced. I've never really know what guys produce. I was just based on the acting, but sure.
Yeah. You can go vote there at nextroundlive.com in a Cowan Equipment poll question, and we'll continue to monitor what's going on in the situation with Juwan Howard as they try to talk a little bit about what to do after Michigan and Wisconsin yesterday. Dan Wetzel scheduled to be with us here momentarily. As we continue the conversation about what we were talking about earlier with the expansion of the college football playoffs, a lot of you had a chance to chime in on that. And I'm always surprised how many of you are not in favor of a college football playoff expansion. In fact, some of you, which is even more surprising, would rather go back to 2 than stay at 4.
You know who that is?
Y'all really enjoyed the
Alabama fans.
You really enjoyed the BCS.
No, it's got to be Alabama fans. Would you guys not agree? Like, if I'm a fan of, let's just say, USC, I think that fan base is in favor of an expansion because you've got a better opportunity at least every 3 years of finding your way to the playoffs. If you're Alabama, if you're Ohio State, if you're Georgia, you're there at least 3 out of 4 years.
Well, like if you're an Alabama fan, you look at this year and say, all you had to do was beat Michigan. You go beat Michigan, you win the national championship if it were down to 2. And I think you'd feel really good about that. What you don't know is how the voting would change, like a lot of people would point out. The year Alabama beat Clemson in New Orleans, I lose track of all the years, was that 16? They would not have been in it. Alabama was the 4 seed, Clemson was the 1 seed. You never know how it changes voting when you've only got 2, but I think it's easy to say 2 until you start going back and looking and say, okay, how often would we not have been one of the 2?
Now, when you talk about this expansion, we always wonder where the SEC and the Big Ten are posturing themselves with new TV deals coming and also with the thought of expansion. You feel like the SEC and the Big Ten are going to lead the way in this. Whatever format we end up having, it's going to be almost the SEC and the Big Ten deciding, okay, this is really what we want. You go get your guys in line. I'll get my guys in line, and we'll go do this.
And by the Big Ten, you mean the Rose Bowl, right?
By the Big Ten, I mean the Rose Bowl, exactly.
Dan Wetzel is with us now, national columnist, Yahoo Sports. He joins us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. What is up, Dan? How are you?
I am well. How are you guys?
Wonderful. Thanks a lot. We always love talking to Dan, but sometimes paths intersect. Dan makes his home in Detroit, not too far from Ann Arbor. I am curious how the Juwan Howard, we've seen how it's playing nationally. How is it playing in the greater Ann Arbor, Detroit, Michigan area, Dan?
Well, I think it's a little bit of everything. It's, how severe the punishment depends if you're talking to a Michigan State fan or a Michigan fan. I don't know. I mean, obviously it's a big story. What do you do with them? I think, there's still a few unanswered questions and people want to hear some more about exactly what set them off. But I would not say it's universal support for them. I mean, I think just about anybody would say, even if there was some mistakes by the Wisconsin coach guard and all that, you can't be throwing and slapping anybody upside the head when you're a college basketball coach, a head coach. I mean, it's just not acceptable behavior in any form. You're not a player anymore. It wouldn't be acceptable then, but it's just with great salary comes great responsibility, and Juwan Howard failed on that part, regardless of the circumstances around it.
Look, I'm one of those that I think we're way too sensitive in society, Dan. I think you agree with a lot of that. I do agree with you with the responsibility part. But Juwan Howard, we saw a situation last year at the Big Ten tournament with Mark Turgeon from Maryland. Then you saw what happens yesterday. I mean, overall, is he an angry guy? Is there history here?
I don't think he's an angry guy. I think he's an intense guy. I thought the most concerning thing last year when he kind of got into it with Turgeon, and obviously nothing really happened there, and that's kind of more of the coach battles we've seen in the past where it's, maybe a little posturing from 50 feet away, was, he was like, hey, look, when I was raised, I was taught by, you stand your ground, and if someone says something like that, you've got to back yourself up. That's all great when you're 10 on a playground or on the street or wherever you're at. When you're the head coach of a college basketball team, you have to act differently. I mean, that's, you just have to. You're the leader. And so when you're in different social situations, you act differently. And so that was a little concerning to me, was that was that attitude. But I mean, Juwan Howard, when you talk to him, very cerebral and typical leadership coach and all of that. I think when he got challenged there, I mean, I thought when Greg Gard, he clearly was upset, whether he should have been or not. I mean, he was pressing. Gard calls timeout. You go back and forth on it. Who started it, whatever. He tried to separate himself from it. He took some extra time to go through the line, and he basically was trying to just blow through the line and just say, "Hey, I'm not gonna forget this." And he wanted to keep walking, and Gard stopped him and decided, he was going to explain this to him, which is not the time for that explanation. And I think that's what really set him off. Now, I'm not blaming this on Greg Gard, because if you're Juwan Howard, you just can't later on take a swing at anybody. We don't know what got said in that circumstance. There's still a lot to know. But he was trying to just kind of get out of there and just breeze through that handshake line, which we see very often in college basketball or even college football, with that kind of dead fish handshake and you're gone. And I thought for Gard to try to stop him, let me explain this to you. Later he said, I don't think he knows the rule about resetting the 10-second clock, which I thought was incredibly patronizing, and I'm sure did not go over well. I mean, Juwan Howard played like 18 years in the NBA.
Yeah, I think he's got it, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not going to be the one that Juwan Howard doesn't know the rules of basketball. Like, maybe, but like for him to say that, when it's the little things to me in these battles. Like I said, a year ago when he's like, well, this is how my grandmother taught me how to. Well, that's great. She wasn't talking to you when you were the head coach of a college basketball program. Or, when you sit there and say this, maybe he didn't know the rules. That kind of arrogance probably comes through in all their other interactions. So there's a lot of blame to go around here. But at that same time, I mean, if you have multiple suspensions and all that, that's fine. You still can't swing at anybody, right? And so I still kind of want to know what the Wisconsin assistant Joe Krabenhoff said that got because Howard didn't take a swing at Greg Gard. He took a swing at the assistant coach.
Yeah.
What got said that set him off? And if you're the assistant coach, you're not using the situation here. You're literally flaring it back up. So at the same time, it's like, what's that guy doing? Like, what are you doing? You're the assistant. That's not like everyone get back. It's, I'm going to go taunt this dude. And so I just think there's a lot of blame. I mean, it was just a thing. But in terms of too sensitive, yeah, like I'm a hockey fan, and like this is a 2-minute minor.
That's right. That's
you know,
right.
I mean, like I hate to be like this is the end of civilization, like some of the stuff, like whatever. You know, I mean.
Well, that's what I wanted to ask you, Dan. We have multiple TVs here, and I won't name the show, but they always have debates on all these shows that are on our screens here. And the bottom line, because we don't have the audio up, the first debate was, should Juwan Howard be fired? And then the next debate was, should we eliminate handshake lines at the end of the game? I was like, my God, what are we talking about?
Yeah, I mean, two guys get into this thing. And again, like there's always these different rules in different sports. You know, like I said, it's a 2-minute minor. If that, watch at the end of any. There's a hockey game on. I'm watching hockey right now, so you know they'll start shoving their gloves in people's face. I like MMA. What I mean, like it's just like, come on, all right. He blew his. He can't do it. You're the head coach of a major university. There's different rules. I get all of that, but the idea that like Juwan Howard needs to. They'll never be a coach again because of this moment.
Yeah.
Hey, you know, it's good video. This is the problem with these scandals, right? It's good video. Like, look at, I mean, I don't really have a problem with this either, but like, Mark, you got a DUI last offseason. Like, that's a much worse decision than this. But there wasn't video. So it's like, it's a press release and no one remembers it, right? And I'm not trying to say anything bad. You know, Mark, you should never coach again either. But that's a hell of a lot worse decision than whatever happened here, where you're getting jawed at by some assistant coach.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%. And if using your hockey analogy, if it was minor league hockey, they would have each gotten like $100 gift card to a local steakhouse because they're going to pack the stands the next game, right?
Well, yeah, it's good for the sport. It's got everyone talking college hoops, right?
Yeah.
Like I've never been the Brawl Mars game. Like, who the hell paid attention to this game anyway? Like, Wisconsin beat Michigan. Nobody even knew. Oh, yeah, okay, great. Like, I didn't even know the game happened.
Hey, Dan, hard to believe it's been over 2 years since you guys released Killer Inside the Mind of Aaron Hernandez. We all enjoyed it. We watched it. We've talked to you about it before. But I was going to ask you, best crime documentary you've ever seen?
Best crime doc I've ever seen. Huh.
I didn't mean to put you on the spot.
I always wonder what Brown tells you and convinces you to come on our show, because our topics are always everywhere.
Yeah, I told Dan we were going to talk about geopolitical unrest in Ukraine.
Yeah, because
can we get to that?
I have a note here.
I thought it was kind of a simple question. Sorry.
I saw
it's
you.
Like the guys there's guys on Twitter that will one minute they're lecturing you about the 10-second rule, resetting the 10-second rule, then they're deciding whether we have good. Right. I'm like, okay, glad you have all the answers here. I mean, I don't know. That's an excellent question. I love the original of Making a Murderer.
Yeah.
I mean, it was like 10 the first season of Making a Murderer.
Did they ever figure that out, by the way?
I think everybody's still in the clink.
Oh, they didn't. Yeah, everyone's still in the clink. One guy, I'm convinced is innocent. The other, I'm not so sure. But the younger guy, who now.
Yeah, I think they determined he did not get adequate representation. Which, if you watch the documentary, it was pretty obvious he did not.
Yeah, well, it was terrible. Yeah, it was awful. I still find that to be that was incredibly gripping television. That kind of rebooted the true crime documentary, and it made Netflix in a huge way.
Yeah.
So many people bought it to watch that because it was such compelling. So I'm going to go with that.
Okay, that's a good
answer.
Enough. Yep.
Second season is not good of that. The first one is great.
You covered a lot of the Winter Olympics. I saw you writing some stuff. More of a problem in the Winter Olympics: Russian doping or frozen body parts in skiing.
Yeah, that frozen body part story. I mean, look, there's always cheating at the Olympics, but we don't always have frozen appendages.
It's true.
So,
it was the second time for him, Dan. The second. How do you let that happen twice?
I mean, I guess there's just no way to really properly insulate that without, I'm not sure. I'll tell you this: I ain't taking up cross country skiing after that story.
Yeah, I'm not trying that one. He is Dan Wetzel, New York Times bestseller on Twitter at Dan Wetzel. Get his book for kids, Epic Athletes, series of book of athletes. Lance mentioned Killer Inside. He's done so much.
Somehow when you said that, I pictured Dan writing a book on cross-country skiing and frozen wee-wees.
Well,
and then a good segue to my uplifting middle school book.
That's right.
We had the murder doc and that, and Curry Epic Athletes, a little more lighthearted and inspirational.
Dan has range. Dan has range. Dan Wetzel.
There's no Aaron Hernandez Epic Athlete. We did not.
Thank you, Dan. Have a great week.
Thanks.
All right, Dan Wetzel with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
Always fun catching up with Dan Wetzel there, one of the best columnists in America. When we come back, our final thoughts today, and it includes this question. I saw Pat McAnally ask this question earlier today. Something that's you despise, but you can never get over it.
Okay.
For him, it's the same thing that bothers the heck out of Rockstar. What that is, coming up next.
Everything.
Yes, next.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Hey, Lance Taylor here from the Next Round for our friends at the New Balance Birmingham store. Today, here are some tips on how to stay healthy during the cold months of winter. Number 1, get some cardio. 2, get a proper fit on your shoes to get the most out of that cardio. The New Balance in-store fit specialist will match you with the perfect New Balance shoe for the perfect fit. Visit the New Balance store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today. That's from our friends at the New Balance store. Done building your family? A vasectomy is a safe, simple, effective option for birth control. When it was my time to take the snip, I used my friends at Urology Centers of Alabama. March Madness right around the corner, and there's no better time for a vasectomy. It's a great reason to be off your feet and be on the couch during the game with the wife's approval. It's a quick, in-office procedure covered by most insurances. Urology Centers of Alabama. 16 convenient locations. Call 205-922-SNP. That's 205-922-7647.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
This hour of the Next Round is brought to you by Cardinal Roofing, your home for financing one-day jobs and over 500 five-star reviews. Call them today, 205-900-ROOF, and mention the Next Round to get a discount on your next roof replacement.
Stay up to date with the Next Round on the website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like The Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from our Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com. The real estate market is crazier than it's ever been before. I'm Jim Dunaway, and my friends at ERA King have 52 years of experience, over 200 agents, and they're opening new offices right now in Homewood, Vestavia, and Huntsville. ERA King has state-of-the-art offices and the most innovative tools in the business to help you. Text the word MOVE to 35260 to get started. That's the word MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35260. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you. It was 1881 when Seiko began its legacy as a true watch manufacturer, and one of the most significant achievements from Seiko was the creation of the world's first quartz watch, delivering unmatched performance at the time. Bromberg's is thrilled to be an official Seiko jeweler and introduce another fine timekeeping brand to Birmingham. You'll find a wide selection of classics and limited edition timepieces at the Mountain Brook store. From the most elegant to the most rugged sports models, Seiko has it all. Available now at Bromberg's in Mountain Brook.
Banking is not just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. Brian Brown here for the next round. AmFirst was founded for members like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means service that grows and changes with the times to serve you better. Now every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. It's even customizable, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. America's first federal credit union is federally insured by the NCUA.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Oh, old Michael in the Farm Folio chat room over there says, hey guys, how many people watch the Winter Olympics? It got to a point I had to make myself not watch it just so I could finish the streak. I even had Lunsford turn off one night at poker. I was like, I got to have my back to it. Because I made it halfway through it, and I was like, don't want to watch it. There was nothing I wanted to see there.
Is it over?
And it ended last night.
I didn't think about turning it on. Yep. I did. I was remotely interested, and Dan wrote a really good column on that Russian figure skater girl. She's like 15, and they drugged her up, and she failed the drug test. So for whatever reason, they let her.
They drugged her up before she went on the ice.
Yeah, they let her. Well, they gave her steroids, and they let her compete, but they weren't going to give her the gold, which is stupid to me.
That's right. They let her skate. But no, they didn't judge her.
Yeah, so, I mean, that's just dumb. But she didn't win it anyway. Some other Russian won it.
The only thing I saw was the chick that was a dude, or dude was now a chick that won a bunch of the swimmer.
Yeah, that's not the Winter Olympics.
They don't do the Winter Olympics.
Oh, yeah.
Did you hear about that guy that got his wiener frozen off, though?
Part of our show being brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right.
That did happen, though. I didn't dream that.
No,
right?
it did. That's Ivy League swimming. Yeah,
Okay.
it's a complete mess.
Oh, wow. In today's world, responsibilities do not stop. For some, it's house cleaning or finding a way to stay awake during their next Zoom meeting. And for others, it's figuring out how to make their home buying experience the best it could possibly be. Our friends at Mortgage Right may not have the cure to boredom, but they do know how to get you into the home of your dreams with ease. You don't have to worry about becoming a short notice mortgage expert because Mortgage Right will do all the heavy lifting for you. Mortgage Right's trusted mortgage professionals will help you choose the right financing option and stand by you every step of the way. Make home ownership easy by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR NMLS 2239 equal housing lender.
Pat McAfee asked this earlier, Rockstar. What's one thing you despise and you know you'll never get over it? Loud chewing and slurping of drinks. He can't stand it.
It's awful.
He calls people Slurpy McSlurpson.
I don't like that either.
One thing here, we're running out of time, that despise you never be able to get over it. Is it anything like loud chewing? Does that bother you?
I mean, I don't love it, but I don't think it
I catch myself sometimes if I'm crunching a chip, man. I get after some chips
You do.
sometimes.
You're a big cruncher.
Yeah. Love to crunch some
Brown's
chips.
being quiet.
Brown, what about you?
Not going to comment.
You clear throats or anything that bother you?
We got a clear throater.
Listen, I'm not saying I don't do anything that bothers others, but there are times I have to leave this studio. That's all I'll say.
Yeah. All right. Brownie is done today. I appreciate you guys being here on a Monday. We're back on a Tuesday tomorrow live at 9 a.m. Central Time, and you can join us on all of our platforms. And don't forget all the podcasts, Spotify, Amazon, and anywhere you get your podcasts. We're back with you tomorrow. Until next time, God bless you, and God bless America.